I want to just kind of jump right into this here. I just came on stream, and apparently Ethan is talking to Just Pearly Things. There's a lot of history to Pearl, not good history. It's really actually gets worse and worse as you look into it. She's not a particularly good person. We'll get into it as we go, but hopefully Ethan pushes back on her. Let's just go.
Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs.
Not really. She wants them to be friends. I'm pretty sure Fresh and Fit do not like her at all,
so to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
So here's what she's probably going to try to say. Something along the lines of like male advocacy and holding women accountable. What she actually does is she just uses men's issues as a weapon to go after women, right? I very rarely see any of these guys talking about things that are positive for men. You know, when I see stuff from that Fresh and Fit type of a sphere, manosphere, talking about how you should never confide in a woman, how it's never okay to ever cry, you know, that's not good for men. You shouldn't be bawling your eyes out all the time. But if you have a death in the family, or something, it's okay to express yourself healthily, emotionally. And it's so unfortunate because they're like, when it comes to men, feminism misses the mark on when it comes to men, right? I think fundamentally with feminism is like, hey, it's okay to express your feelings. It's okay for men to cry, which is true. But then also it doesn't understand that men's feelings don't tend to really manifest through crying as much as they manifest through anger. And, you know, where's the message of like, it's okay to be a little emotional sometimes as a man, as long as you process that emotion correctly. And that's one of the things that bothers me. It's like stuff like that where they just kind of miss the mark. It's like we have this Men's Mental Health Month, and none of these guys are talking about men's mental health. Like, it's okay to get angry as a man. You probably will go closer to anger than you will to crying, where women cry more, which is nothing wrong with that. It's, you know, whatever, do you. But you can't express it negatively. And like, that's one of the things we need to hear, because I feel like as a man, I get angry, and, you know, it's not a good thing. And then when you get angry and you unfortunately break things, and I haven't done that in a very long time. I've been able to manage my feelings. Anger is a feeling, it's emotion. I've been a more balanced person, but one of the things that helps me is to recognize that like that is somewhat normal to get angry, and just realizing like, oh, okay, I'm not weird. I'm not a freak. I'm not a bad person. I just need to express myself better and not break things, right? And it's helped me balance myself. And I feel like there's a lot of young men that probably feel that way. And that's something to really talk about. And it's unfortunate that none of these manosphere things care. It tends to be using their space to go after women and create a male victim complex in the same way that TikTok feminism just goes after men and creates a female victim complex. So
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family.
Like what? Like what?
I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think
women voting, terrible idea, guys. Feminism is not a bad thing. Feminism just gives women the ability to be independent so that they don't have to be in the midst of an abusive guy, right? People should have the ability to do stuff like that. You might think it's going too far, whatever, that's fine. But I mean, fundamentally, you can't say all feminism is bad. Most of it's good.
That we should be... I think women are happier when we have, you know, a family and kids over a career in the long run.
Maybe. I guess. Oh, did I uninstall Diablo? Wow, I'm terrible. Maybe. But, like, you should still, as a woman, have the option of, you know, whatever choice you want to make. Because I think that a person that has the independence to be able to make that choice is going to be happier overall than somebody who would be put into an abusive situation.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, I understand.
Why are you nervous?
So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path. in terms of family and gender and all that kind of
That's
stuff.
certainly not her viewpoint, but okay. Isn't it interesting that like people like Pearl will have a very charged viewpoint about how like women are less than, it's okay to cheat on women, et cetera, et cetera. But then when they get on to talk to people like Ethan or whoever, they're like, oh, well, I actually just kind of believe in like reasonable stuff, right? But that's not really who she is. She's not a reasonable person. She's just like pretending to be. It's so interesting.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative like outcomes a society has when like families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see,
Sure.
you know.
But Pearl, again, is a person who doesn't think like, yes, there is an issue with families falling apart. But again, Pearl was pushed by Destiny and their conversation about doing chores. And he's like, yeah, I think that men should contribute equally to women if they're both working. That was the fundamental aspect of it. And she's like, because what happens is if there isn't an equal contribution that both parties are satisfied with, resentment will build up. And one of those things is chores is like a huge deal. Like if both people aren't sharing the chores in an equal, it doesn't have to be perfectly equal, but if both parties don't feel satisfied in that, the relationship will break up. You're going to harbor resentment. The biggest thing that you do in your house, like it's in your house, is chores, keeping things clean, keeping your space clean. And so if you can't come to terms with that, or you can't come to an agreement with your partner, things are going to fall apart very quickly. And very poorly, right? And Pearl's like, I think it's stupid to just break up more chores. Yeah, I agree. So have the guy do chores if he needs to. Because the scenario was like a woman that was working a full-time job, and I think a guy was too, but then she would have to do all the chores. And she's like, oh, whoa, she's going to break up with just over chores? So she just wants to forcefully keep families together. She doesn't actually want there to be like a healthy discussion about how to do that.
You know, the kids are more likely to go to prison. They're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely to, you know, be in mental health institutions. So you just see like all of the problems that come with, you know, single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
Yeah,
so how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way?
Actual, like, unironic, beautiful question. Like, I'm not even like kidding. I mean, I watched a lot of Ethan talking to people, and like usually the follow up isn't great. That was like an actual perfect like follow up question.
Hey, can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Good question.
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So.
What does that mean?
Like, you know, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Okay, so that's a stupid idea. If you want to keep families together, you would incentivize people staying together through different like policies, for sure. Removing those incentives is a bad idea. Getting rid of child support, why? That like for what? That's not going to reduce divorce. That's going to reduce the outcome of a child's life. Right? Removing child support is just going to make it so that when a guy does leave, he doesn't have to pay dick for shit, and then that kid is fucked, and they're not going to have any financial access. Child support's already pretty underwhelming anyway. I think its average is like $300 a month or something, which is nothing considering a child costs $17,000 a year to raise. But I mean, how is getting rid of child support and alimony going to help? I mean, I don't understand, especially since those are things that'll have a positive impact on whoever or whomever is raising the kid.
Child support. So if there's a divorce, let's say
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned.
Oh, she's just an idiot. Like, there you go. She's already exposed herself for being dumb. She's okay with like abusive scenarios where people can't escape. It's incredible.
Yes.
Okay, well that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
Well, explain to her why, Ethan, please.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even if it's abusive. Also, I think that there's a conversation to be had about this situation where, to me, I think, and this is more of a theory, so, you know, just bear with me. A dog with me here. That there is a problem when two parents stay together just for the kids, and it's very clear that they don't love each other or even like each other anymore. That passes down onto their kids, and they think that's what a relationship is supposed to be, and they continue the cycle of getting into relationships with people that they shouldn't be with because their parents didn't teach them the way that you would act in a loving relationship. And I'm not saying we should get more divorces, and I'm not necessarily saying it's bad to stay married for the kids. But what I am saying is I think that it would be okay if we maybe had a conversation from a societal perspective about people getting a divorce and still being not assholes to each other and showing their kids that, like, yeah, we don't love each other anymore. We're going to get a divorce, but we're both still going to be, maybe they even co-parent in the same house, right? Just because, again, I think that, you know, I don't know, maybe this is my personal perspective, but I think that there is a poor teaching strategy. Basically, you pick up what you learn, right? And if you see your parents together and they're miserable in their relationship, you're going to find somebody and you're going to think that that's normal. When you're miserable, you're like, this is just what it is.
I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married.
Wow. So Pearl thinks that people who get married are looking to leave. Incredible. That's the implication of what she's saying.
So that's just my opinion.
Right, but like in the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And you know, there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, you know.
What's the exception?
We can talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part, because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, oh, you want to talk about exceptions, but the exceptions is the important part, because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like, you know, 25% maybe or more, because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem.
If it's physically abusive, you should be able to get it. There's no nuance here. We're gonna hear the MLD Justin Dorrit's fucking take in like 2 seconds. Well, I think dude, if you're getting physically abused, you should be able to leave. I mean, this is not even a hot take. What's happening?
No. All right. If it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow.
All right, fine. I'll allow that one. All right, fine. It's not even like it's just like it's almost she's begrudgingly like, fine, whatever. If I have to. What are you talking about? That's not good.
Divorce for those exceptions, but like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual, so it's not just one side's hitting.
I already have to look into something. I very highly doubt that they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. Absolutely not. That doesn't make any sense to me. What it's more likely is that when one person is abusive, that there's a decent chance that the other person will fight back in some capacity. Now, I'm not going to say that toxic people don't find each other, but either way, it doesn't really matter, because let's say that the majority of abuse is mutual. Do you think that those two people should stay together? You'd probably say no. So if they're together and they're both being abusive, they should leave. Like I've never been abusive. I've never physically hit somebody in a relationship, and they've never. Well, I've had I've had somebody hit me before, but you know, I'm a guy and they're smaller, so it didn't hurt. It just hurt my feelings. It wasn't nice, but anyway, that doesn't matter. We've been in toxic relationships, but if we had to stay together forever, that would be horrible for the both of us. For both of us, not just one of us. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, so why stay with that person? You know? Like, why stay with that person? It doesn't make any sense. So I doubt it's the majority of situations.
Hitting the other, it's like mutual. So
surely that's not every time.
I think
it doesn't even matter. Why would you want to stay with them?
I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal
sure,
should be
it already is.
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look.
Yeah, most people agree with that, but there's comes to points where like you can't do that anymore, right? You know, like let's say, for instance, you got like some kid and he's getting into fights at school a lot, right? And you're like, damn, the goal is to make that kid not fight anymore. If that kid kills somebody, he has to go to jail, right? You know, so the point is that there is a point of no return where you have to do something and you have to intervene. And so, like, that's the moment. Abuse.
Say family is important, right? Family is important. Nuclear families is important to like the health of children growing up in general. I think we can all say that. But when you say something like divorce should be illegal, we got to kind of suss that out, because that's a pretty extreme claim. For example,
part of me feels like Pearl just says that because she knows it'll never happen, and she gets to be like, oh, see, I'm one of the guys, you know, one of like the manosphere guys that talk about how you shouldn't emotionally confide in women and how like they shouldn't be able to have an equal say. But
in 2014, family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Interesting.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court.
No, like, just stop. Listen, though, fundamentally speaking, the way that the court is set up, absolutely, people tend to be more sensationalized in court. That's how lawyers work. With one side is innocent and one side is guilty, and a lot of times there are middle grounds in there, but each side is completely innocent to them and their lawyer's perspective, and you work from there. Absolutely. The criminal justice system is flawed. There's no doubt about it, baby. Of course. but generally those things are like gotten to the bottom of through different forms of evidence. And so to just say like, well, there's lots of false accusations. Okay, so then it goes both ways. But what she's going to try to say that it's mostly women providing false accusations.
Like, and a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually based off, it's not based off of evidence. It's based off a balance of probabilities.
No, what are you talking about?
And there are incentive programs that...
Balance of probabilities? What is she talking about? Is she, what?
You get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse. And it's less than 10% of cases are actually like followed through with the police.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not allowing people to divorce. So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce. Then you don't really believe that.
What did she say? The balance of probabilities?
No, I would say ban divorce.
People to divorce. Then you don't really believe that.
No, I would say ban divorce.
Okay, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of...
Balance probably a legal standard applied to many jurisdictions for deciding the outcome of civil disputes, which requires that a dispute be decided in favor of the party whose claims are more likely to be true. Oh, who cares? Wait, so what she's saying is that we don't necessarily decide who's right or wrong based on hard facts, but part of that basis is going to be on which one's more likely to be true. Why is that a wrong thing to do? I don't understand. If you don't have evidence for everything and you have to settle a suit, there are situations where there's things that are more likely to be true than not. Of course, that's a thing. So, like, why is that a bad thing to operate? I'm going to die here. Holy fuck. Operate on.
Abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one? So then you don't believe in forced divorce? Or I mean you
okay,
ban divorce.
Fine. Yeah. Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay, sure. Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well,
was on
I think you have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship. Yes. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes. Yes.
Why?
Otherwise,
what if the kids are getting hit? Like, how does that? Where does that fall into place? Or like, what's the one? Like, I'm so confused.
You know, just stick out of which is fine if you don't want to be with someone forever. But I just say stay out of marriage. Because
but nobody goes into marriage thinking that they're going to get divorced. Like, LOL, ASAP. A lot of people are young and maybe they make the wrong decision, or maybe something happens. They might grow apart. The financial. I mean, if you want to incentivize people staying together, you should incentivize like financial support structures. Because in a lot of these situations, what ends up happening is that when people look during COVID, there was more abuse going on because people were home more and there was less money to be had. And it's an unfortunate thing to talk about, but some of these like abusive behaviors come on when people are home from work and make less money. It's a stressful situation. And we talked before about how men tend to get angrier and they will tend to go closer to hitting than I would say women would, because that's how they express their anger. Now, I know that looking at it like that seems like we're humanizing abuse, but like if you want to look at this more from, I guess, a behavioral or try to be, objective, as hard as it is here, you can reduce the amount of abuse that is seen by providing financial support structures. And I think that would be a good way to go, to help alleviate some of those frustrations. So instead of talking about how we should get rid of child support to stop people from getting divorced, how about we talk about better metrics and standards for people to actually have financial access, like empower the middle class? I know it sounds silly, but absolutely, money is literally everything.
When you take marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, and sickness and in health.
Yeah, and in abuse,
for
right?
Richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel like leaving. And
right, and that not for nothing, because I love God. God's cool, but that foundation creates an abusive situation. And like historically, religion is very like male-sided. It is like the men are the leaders of the household, the men make the decisions, the women stay home and they do this and that. That entire structure was created with men being dominant in mind. And as we're kind of growing up, we're realizing that these things are a little more nuanced than that. And you don't want to create these systems of abuse. And like some of those come from those traditional things. And maybe we're not doing the right thing to be able to reduce those abusive situations, but at the same time, forcing people to stay together through those abusive situations is not the right way to go. So
the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just when the girl just feels like leaving.
That's not true.
No, it's not true at all.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
I've talked to hundreds of women. Shut up. who no, first of all, yeah, you've talked. This is the problem with manosphere shit is they bring on the worst of the worst women, generally speaking. Listen, I'm not trying to be like rude or offensive, but there's two types of women that go on to these different podcasts for the most part. One, like 19-year-old girls that are looking to like be sugar babies, or like 35-year-old women who used to be sugar babies. That's it. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like if that's their entire life is like looking for a guy with money and not caring about anything else. I've talked to lots of women like that would do that thing. Well, that's because of those women. Most women aren't like that. Most women are working like a job trying to support themselves and like potentially a family. That's not the majority of women. That's those women, listen, they might be, we might call them thoughts in some areas. No offense to them, but that's the life they've chosen, and God bless, peace be with you and also with you. Like, so of course, but I don't even believe that. So
that doesn't prove anything.
And even if you look at when no fault divorce was initiated in the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons was financial differences and irreconcilable. Sorry.
Okay, financial differences means that people don't have the ability to afford things. Okay, whatever. I mean, no fault divorce just means that you can leave a divorce for whatever reason that you want. That's pretty much it.
Good dog. But yeah, I just think like, for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
Yeah, well, you've never been in a stable relationship for more than like a year. So I find it very annoying and almost offensive for people to be talking about this topic when they've never been in like anything before. You can talk about it, of course, but like you've never been even in like a good short-term relationship. Who are you with? Like the one guy opinion, or not one guy, what is that? Angry reactions, and like he just took advantage of you and lied to you about having a baby. Like it's not right. He's an asshole. The point that I'm making here is that like you haven't been able to find somebody that even wants to be around you. Like, so it's easy for you to talk about marriage when you fully don't understand the commitment of marriage. You talk about it like it's just like this silly little thing. But it's a deep commitment, and it's hard to get there, and I can see why some people might get divorced. And I'm not even saying it's a bad thing to get divorced. Holy fuck.
Well, I think the reason for that, historically, this emphasis on staying married, right? Or even before this no-fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced, or men, the abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them, but their kids, right? I mean, obviously, having your kids watch their mother get beat up. And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
It could, but it historically and usually goes the way of the guy beating up the girl. You can't be the person that talks about how trans women shouldn't be in sports because men have a biological advantage and then act like the abuse in one direction isn't going to be worse. They're both bad. I'm just saying, like, it's not even. There are women who abuse men, absolutely. It's majority physically abusive wise. It's men that abuse women. I mean, that's just it. So.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that. It goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and like
do you think that's
a lethal?
The issue is that a lot of these situations, a woman's going to be stuck with the guy, and the guy's hands are going to hurt all the time from having to beat them because he had to tell her twice. Blah! I'm just kidding. That's mean. No, but you shouldn't stay together. That's obviously very bad.
You think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
No. Divorce.
25%. 25%. It's 25% based on statistics.
No, that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than.
It doesn't matter if it's in criminal court. Most of the people, I would imagine, aren't trying to get their significant other in trouble, mostly because maybe they're afraid of getting like retaliated against and hurt in some capacity. It doesn't matter if it's in criminal court. Like it really just doesn't matter. I know what she's trying to say, but just because they don't push like official charges doesn't mean that it's not an abusive situation.
10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well,
so
that's a lot.
10%'s enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like
are followed up.
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Yeah,
right. But again, that's because the woman says that she was because they're incentive.
Okay, but you're just
so most women bitches be lying. I guess that's the argument here.
Saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
How does that prove that women are lying about violence?
No, because I'm saying that you can't. Okay, you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probability. So it means it's more likely that they did it than didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but that's for that divorce court. So they're not doing like a legal proceeding. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong. And apparently the reason that they give women like an access to a lawyer in the case of abuse is, because they're getting abused. So what her argument is that if apparently, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, if they're getting some kind of a free lawyer, if they claim abuse, she's saying that they're just claiming abuse to get a free lawyer. But my understanding is if they don't do that, then the husband has to pay for the lawyer anyway. So who really cares? I'm like, okay.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just to let the abused.
I mean, you could call it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children. When the whole
but it's community.
Not. But that doesn't usually happen. Like the father will be, if the father wants to see their kid, they will see their kid. They win like 70% of the time, either partial or even 90% of the time, partial or full custody. If they fight for it. So if they want it, they'll get it. The problem is a lot of men just don't want to have access to their kids. So the guy will be able to see their kids in some capacity. It's not like this access is completely going away in some capacity. So
I mean, you could, have you spoken to these men? It's like literally their whole community thinks they're an abuser. Now they get to see their kids maybe 3 days a month if they're lucky. A lot of them are
a lot of them are put on. Yeah, right. there's bad outcomes for sure. But on the whole,
a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
Say what?
Like a lot of men commit suicide during.
I see.
Yeah.
So my question is that if it's a false accusation against them that they're abusive, then why aren't they fighting that in court? Like, doesn't it go both ways? You're saying like, oh, the woman should have to take it to court if there's an abuse there. Why not say that like the guy should take them to court for defamation of character or something? If it's not true, then why wouldn't they take them to court for defamation of character? Wouldn't that be what the guy would do? Because obviously false accusations are wrong, but there absolutely would be a pathway for these guys to fight that. No? Like,
oh, that's horrible,
It's horrible. It's like absolutely terrible. Like I interview these men that are going through this.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened, but at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't seen you be able to prove that.
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court, because family court is based off of evidence.
Well, it would be, but why doesn't the guy go to court for defamation then?
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids, and the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of it.
Right, exactly. So then they should sue. So this is the argument that's happening here. She's saying that there's a lot. All these women are just falsely claiming abuse so that they get a free lawyer and whatever, and it makes their case win easier. Then right there, and then she admits though that it's a false accusation to accuse somebody of some kind of a crime falsely. So then, like, by that logic, take the woman to court. But if they're not doing that, I imagine then it's probably because they were abusive. No, I think that's a pretty somewhat reasonable generality.
Abuse. I'm saying there's no, you can't. They only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
That's not what you're saying. They only go to criminal court for it in less than 10% of cases.
Because criminal court is based off of evidence. Family court is not.
So let's just say
family court is still based off of evidence. They just go what's most likely in a particular scenario, and the reason they could do that is because they're not putting someone in jail.
10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. It still seems like enough.
The argument is they would feel discouraged to fight it. Also, attorneys can convince them of this. This is the argument I've heard. Okay, maybe. That could be the same thing to be said about the women who aren't taking them to criminal court, because they would be arguments that they feel discouraged to fight as well. Like you're saying, because they feel that the men won't win, maybe the women feel that they won't win too, and like they won't be validated in some capacity. That is an argument that might be for some of them. Sure, in both directions.
To give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. People change, people go through shit, people grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive, you hear, were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't think it's fair to say you're just leaving whenever you want, or you should just have to stay in this forever. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples ever got married.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather people got married and stayed married.
Okay.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest.
Okay, so then don't get married.
Yeah, because again, like, what is it? The average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is 8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
Leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges.
All right, apparently that's true. Sure. Okay.
If so, let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably, okay? But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more damaging to his reputation?
Well, I think there wouldn't be a claim for domestic violence in this scenario. That's a little bit of a weird argument. Either them saying that if you have to go to criminal court to get a divorce, that might spur more women to make false accusations to get a divorce. Maybe a little.
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence. But I mean,
I think her case.
Why would you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail.
Okay.
Shouldn't we agree on that?
Right, but it's just not that simple. Again, because like it's just not that simple. Abuse cases, because. Jesus. You know, and it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence. And I think in family court, it's not based off of evidence. It's based on a balance of probabilities.
Well, what's the punishment though? That the punishment is that they are getting divorced and they might not see their kids as much. Okay, so the punishment might be that they don't see their kids as much, so then they should fight to have their kids. Again, like. You could argue that maybe they're discouraged from fighting abuse charges. I just doubt that if they're actually innocent, they wouldn't fight the abuse charge. Maybe there's a financial factor. That's your best argument. They might not have the money to fight against it, I guess. But if they do actually want to see their kids and they aren't actually abusive and they have a psychotic woman saying that they're abusive, I don't know if I see that happening. And we're also just immediately assuming that just because she claims abuse, that she will instantly be believed. And what's that based on? Like, hoes be lying? So, okay.
And so you have a case where men only, like, they're stuck seeing their kid like 3 days a month, when, again, it's not based off of evidence. Like, you know, I've interviewed guys where literally the wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall. But the wife was plotting to try to get the guy to hit her.
Right, I'm sure that happens, but you know
and the wife still got custody.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, were they able to prove that? That's crazy. That's unfortunate. Sounds like a flaw in the general system that, for the most part, works fine. I don't.
That's not a representative case. Again.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure that happens. That's not a representative of everything, though. And then also the question is like, did he hit her before, and that's why she was trying to get him to hit her again? I don't really know the specifics. It's hard to tell. Like, when it comes to Pearl, she's not an honest or intelligent person, so it's impossible to get a correct narrative out of her.
I mean, for example, you ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that, because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their father through a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police. I mean, I totally understand why mother or father wouldn't want to put their family through that, don't you?
Maybe. I mean, it seems like sometimes there are like mothers and fathers will fight each other through their children in divorce cases. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse. But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these people would be trapped in these marriages.
Sure. That'd happen more.
And that's okay.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave. Yes.
Okay.
So, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Why not in both-sided abuse? Like, if both of them are hitting each other and beating each other, one of them's going to end up dead. Why wouldn't you want them to disconnect? And then if there are kids involved, you somehow think it's healthy for two people who are both beating the shit out of each other, by your logic, to stay together if they have kids. Like, is that going to teach the kids to be healthy? I don't know. Yeah, okay.
I do think in order to get custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse, you should have to prove it.
Okay.
Do you think what do you think is more harmful to kids, divorce or physical abuse?
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one.
So then that means anytime there's abuse in a situation, even if it's both ways, that there should be divorce.
But you had to think about it for a second.
But anyway, because she had to begrudgingly say, "Oh, I guess abuse is worse." Like, that's what she's coming from.
Let's move on from this.
No, I just thought it was kind of a silly question.
It's not a silly question.
But
no, but it exposes you. So
okay, that's refreshing.
What's the line for considering divorce? I mean, me personally, I think if you get married to somebody, you should, to the best of your ability, try to make that a lifelong commitment. At the end of the day, though, it doesn't work out because a lot of people will get married young and they will grow apart. And there'll be a lot of different factors that they may not be prepared for. So the line is like whatever, unfortunately, like legally, whatever. You know, if you're just not happy, get a divorce. Like, I mean, I don't like it ideally, but this is a very complicated situation. Getting divorced is so complicated that, like, who am I to say, like, what the specific metrics are for whether you should or should not get a divorce in some capacity. So yeah.
Tell me, what does red pilled mean to you? Because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pilled community.
Yeah, I mean,
oh yes, guys, endure. Okay, if you're getting beat, just endure it.
A lot of people, I will say, a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But
it comes from the movie The Matrix, right? And so the idea is that they made this movie as some kind of a dog whistle to all the intelligent people, that the Matrix is actually real, and if you take the red pill, you're taking the reality of the world. It somehow slipped through the Matrix that the Matrix movie itself was released. It's not part of the manipulation of the Matrix. Hey, Linda, how you doing? It's actually the Matrix falling through and explaining to us what's going on. Endure it. Incredible stuff.
I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or like
unintelligently, apparently.
The way it is, not the way you're told it is.
Okay.
So, like, you know, for
being red pill just means anti-woke. It just means that anything that is considered like mainstream, whether it's correct or not, is just wrong. If COVID is killing an extra, like, you know, an additional 1 million people over 3 years in the United States, it's a conspiracy. Okay, that's what it comes down to, because the guys, they said that it was real, so it has to be fake. That's all it is.
For example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers, that, you know, she'll essentially sleep with him. And then a lot of guys find out that's not true.
No fucking kidding. Oh my God, I'm going to shit and cum myself. Wait, listen to this again. Listen to her dumb ass again.
Like, you know, for example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers, that, you know, she'll essentially sleep with him.
Yeah.
And then a lot of guys find out that's not true.
Wow. You want to know another way to frame that? Some guys think that if they're nice to a girl, that they have to put out for them. And then when they don't get that, they get fucking angry because they feel entitled to sex. You ever think about that? Bro, being a little bit nice to a girl doesn't entitle you to have sex with them. What a childish thing to say. Yeah, some guys put a lot of work into buying a girl flowers and being nice for them for 15 minutes, and they won't even fuck them. It's fucking crazy. I will. Please, someone fuck me. Like, what is going on here with your insane perspective on the world? Like, what's not even an argument? That's just a dumb, like, what do you think? What should happen? The guys should just, like, girls should just fuck any guy that buys them, like, a fucking flowers? But then you'll say that women need to maintain their purity. Women need to maintain their purity. They have to maintain, if they have sex once, they lose all their value. But if a girl gets flowers from a guy, she should have to fuck him, or else she's an ungrateful cunt. Like, that's what is being said right here. That's what's happening right now. It's fucking wild. What?
So then they, you know,
my face when women have rights.
Yeah, realize that. So that's just one thing.
Is that true? Do men really believe that?
Yeah, I wish.
That if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you.
Yeah,
I wish, boy. I wish.
I think so.
No, they do.
I don't think that's real. I think that's like
no, they do. Some guys do. It's called fuckboys. I used to, and it would work. But here's the thing: you're not entitled to it. Okay, what are you talking about?
A really odd way to describe dating is just like men are nice guys and women are.
I just think
it seems very cartoonish. Like we're talking about real world stuff, and it's just you can't.
I just think men don't really. Men don't expect like women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons.
I don't understand.
Like I think that's a surprise.
What?
Women reproduce more with felons.
Mm-hmm. Violent
non-felons.
What?
Yeah. I mean, like think about it. Like Ted Bundy.
Hold on.
That's a hell of a claim.
Wait, what does that mean? So felons who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons? What does that stat mean?
They have more children with felons than non. It's like I don't remember if it's violent felons versus non-violent felons, but I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
Why do I care about this statistic? You want to know what the reality is? Poor people tend to have more kids than people that have money, and that shows to me irresponsibility, which has to do with like lack of education in some capacity. Okay, it is what it is, but like people who tend to be more responsible have kids later in life, and they tend to have fewer kids, partially because it's later in life. And like a lot of times they're working on their career. So maybe that's true because of that. I don't really know. I don't really care. What is that? What are you trying to say with that statistic? What I would say is that it's a display that people who have less money might have more kids. She's trying to make it seem like women just choose abusive criminal guys because they're fucking stupid or something. That's what Pearl's trying to suggest there.
And so there's men who are looking at that and they're pissed.
No, not
because I've never heard that stat in my life.
No, I think just surprised.
Right, I've never heard that stat.
Okay.
Yeah, is there a source for that? It just seems kind of an odd stat. Like, what does it prove? Felons have more kids than non-felons.
Yeah, what are you trying to say with that?
I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can, like, protect her, basically.
A felon?
So yeah, well, no, me personally, I agree because it's so easy to protect somebody from jail. I guess you're protecting them from yourself since you're a fucking felon or something. I don't quite understand. What the fuck? How are you going to defend somebody from fucking prison? I don't understand. Yeah, I get the. Is it the aggressive part? Like, no, I think that you're being silly. Yes, of course, girls like a guy who can, I don't know, be physically stand up for you if it comes to it. Okay, sure, that's a factor. But I think girls also like somebody that's not in jail all the time, because then you can't financially provide for them. So, like, I don't really understand. What a claim.
Yeah.
What a claim.
Why do you think Ted Bundy had, like, love letters?
Oh, well,
because some people are psychopaths that like criminals. What are you talking about?
That's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested.
No,
some weird niche of women involved. All serial killers.
That's surprising.
Right, it is surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on dating that serial killers get love letters from freaks. You know what I mean? Richard Ramirez did too. All serial killers do.
Yeah, true.
So but the point is, it's one, like, it's not the same for women. It's just men.
What?
So what is your point exactly? That what does that prove? That felons have more kids than non-felons?
You know, that a lot of times women pick the bad boys. You know, I mean, that's pretty much it.
Does having more kids
with, I mean, a guy that's a violent felon? You don't think? Okay.
No, I don't think that's accurate. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life.
Is there a source for that? It's just a really weird stat. I'm just trying to grapple with it.
I can get it. I can get it in a second.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, we can try to look for it too. I just want to hear what's
in. I can show you where I found it.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, Casey Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right?
Me too.
Oh, she killed her daughter.
Not serial. Just
no, I didn't.
So Casey Anthony murdered her.
It was on autopilot. That's terrible. Terrible. She's
daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
Yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it's not. It goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on,
well, I mean, sure, I would generally agree because men tend to be more violent than women. Men are more aggressive. Testosterone makes you more aggressive. You literally, it's like roid rage is a thing. Men have more testosterone than women. Men are generally more violent and aggressive than women. That is just a thing that men are. It's not a good thing, but it is a thing. So, okay, you proved nothing. That's a vague statement that means nothing, but okay.
On what?
Okay. Men make up like 90 or whatever % of like violent crimes and shit. Like men go to like, yeah, there are women tend to get under they don't tend to get the same punishment for similar crimes, but men are also committing drastically more crimes than women are. So like that's just kind of a thing. That's what makes us so alpha. You know, I'm an alpha male.
I would just say, I would guess that it's more common with women because of that study versus like a fringe case. I would be surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but you know, I could be.
You might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete facts?
Do you think that you're maybe just a silly woman?
And I've watched a lot of your videos. You say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on feelings, maybe instead of not emotions, but feelings. You say, I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I try. I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Interesting defense.
You know, hold on.
The most base defense ever. Yeah, I do think women are dumb. So I am a woman, therefore I am dumb. Like that's what she's saying. I can't find anything about women liking like the guys that are violent criminals or I can't find any statistic on it. Does somebody have that?
Find it or no?
Sure, yeah. I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine.
Why doesn't she have this on hand? This is like an incredible thing.
Okay. So why should I engage in a conversation with you at all? If women are just emotional, shouldn't I be talking to a man about this?
Probably.
Oh, it's true.
Why do you bother to even have a platform? Shouldn't you just concede to a man?
Yeah, probably. You know.
So we got to look for a man to replace you. Don't you think?
Yeah. No. I bet she's looking for that man too. She's hoping some man will come and just want to be around her in any intimate capacity.
Oh, not really.
You don't think? Okay. But you do think women are more emotional.
Okay, I gotta find.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like talk to you.
I'm trying to talk to you and look stuff up, and I can't do it.
I'll give you a minute there. But it's fine too. We can move on. I'll give you a minute, but we don't have to get stuck on it.
Yeah, because I don't think she has any real statistic that shows that at all. So, okay. Let's see. What else we got here? Oh, you fucking.
It's fine. I mean, we can. It's fine. We can move on.
Might be waiting a while.
True.
I found it.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we go. What's it called? I'll pull it up.
Here. The link, he pulls up the study in this stream, so the link is on here.
You have a stream study? Oh my god. She just heard something on somebody's stream and she took it as a fact without verifying the information herself.
It's Rolo's stream.
Oh, it's Rolo's Tomasi's stream. Dude, literally, I think that's one of the central points of the downfall of the Red Pill was Rolo talking to Destiny. Like, unironically, the godfather of Red Pill getting decimated because he can't even answer the basic question of what he thinks is a high-value man. This is the guy that you're referencing? You have to be fucking kidding me. There's no way. That's insane to me. No shit.
Yeah, he's great, actually.
I know you're a fan. He seems like a nice guy.
Seems like
he's really nice.
Seems like a beta.
I like his head wear.
You know who should be the leader of the Red Pill? Jesse. Was it Jesse Lee? Is that what? That guy's amazing. I don't know. That he's so goofy and like I don't agree with like anything he says, but he kills me every time I see him on like TikTok. I'm fucking rolling at everything that I. And that's not right. Because he does a very bad perspective, or rather, I just disagree with it, I guess. But it's so funny, bro. Oh, it's just so funny. He's just fucking crazy. I love him. I don't know why. I'm sorry, but I just do. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. He's so funny.
I like when he rocks out.
Where do I send it to?
Send it in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom chat.
Why would I do that?
Or you can just tell me the name of it and I can pull it up.
Okay. It's in Rolo Tomasi is offensive and vile. It's like 7 months ago. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll look into it. So if women are so emotional, do you think it's bad faith in terms of an argument to argue from feelings and to present feelings as facts? Do you think that's a bad faith way to argue or no?
No, I was kind of kidding. I was like,
what were you kidding about?
When, I don't know, whatever you were asking me earlier, you're like, do you... I don't know. You said something like, do you think you shouldn't have a platform or like...
Well, right. Well, I asked and you said, well, I'm a woman. Of course, I'm going to... I asked you, do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling? And you said, yes, I do, because I'm a woman.
Oh, yeah, I was kidding. No, I use facts to back up my arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong.
I looked up that video. There's nothing in the description that has any information on it, by the way. I can't even look at it. I don't know what she's referring to. Okay.
Sometimes I think something and it's not correct, but I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Right. Okay.
True, absolutely. But this is like one of those things about like what facts are and how you can weaponize facts, right? I talk about this all the time. There are situations where there might be a factual foundation for what you're saying. That doesn't mean that the facts support your foundation, right? So, for instance, we'll talk about how like the majority of divorce is initiated by women. 70% average, I believe it is. So it's 70% of divorce is triggered by women. So you can look at that one of two ways. Either one, women are the ones initiating divorce, or two, it's all women's fault. And the Red Pill does that. They say, well, it's all women's fault. Okay, but they're leaving out the fact that men tend to make more money, so men can separate from women financially without having to actually get a divorce, which means that the woman is the one that has to initiate the divorce. They don't talk about how men tend to cheat exponentially more than women. Well, maybe not exponentially anymore, but they cheat more than women. Men tend to be less faithful. That's not to say that like men are the problem always, but what it is to say is that like it's an interesting thing to hear. But it doesn't necessarily indicate that this is a situation where it's women's fault. And like that's what we're talking about. So they'll hear like a factual statement, but then they will decide to conduct or push a narrative onto that statement.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like sometimes you're gonna, I mean, you can, like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people. You see patterns.
Yeah, well, when you interview idiots all the time, you're gonna see patterns of idiot behavior.
Right, but sometimes when you interview people, you interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a bias.
Yes.
No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's.
She's so dumb, bro. What do you mean? That's not true. It is true. It is true. Street interviews are the worst interviews, by the way. On the street content is like some of the worst content, specifically because you go out there for like 5 hours and then you cut it down to 10 minutes. So you're like, we're going out today to see how stupid feminism is. And then they'll ask people, and people are like, what do you think of feminism? Be like, oh, I think it's good. Women should be able to have rights. And then they'll find that one person's like, we need equal pay in sports. And they'll see this. See, everybody that loves feminism is a fucking psychopath that thinks women should get paid equally, even though they generate no revenue. That's what you're talking about. That's on the street content. They have a narrative. It doesn't matter what direction it is. It doesn't matter if you're going to see it on like the fucking Tonight Show or like a progressive thing or a liberal thing or a fucking conservative thing. You're going to see fucking psychopaths saying whatever. That's what it comes down to, bro. You better die, or I'm gonna have to get intervene. I'm pissed.
That's like random people on the street.
Okay, fair enough. Wow. So there's the red pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is,
and then there's the blue
pilled.
And
then you have blue pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what does blue pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they'd like it to be, I guess.
Okay,
that is a dumb thing to say because that makes no sense. I like to see the world for the way I like it to be. The way I interpret that is like I like to see the change I want to see in the world. What she means is like people who are being manipulated by the fucking Matrix to believe that the world is the way that it's being portrayed is what she means more than anything else. Idiots that can't understand the nuances of the world, like women equal bad, never give women rights. The Smurfs are fucking real.
I don't talk much about
the Smurfs are real.
But yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't.
Oh fuck.
So
don't let them find out.
I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
So I would disagree with that. She even does that. That's like a very charitable take to her. She doesn't. She shits on women to make men feel like they have a victim complex. If she focused a lot of her time on the struggles of men, that'd be fine. But she does it at the expense of women, and that's not necessary. Any group that feels that they need to basically other different groups or shit on other groups to build themselves up, that's not an advocacy group. That's a hate group. So Smurf-pilled. Smurf-pilled. I'm Smurf-pilled.
Why am I focused on the troubles of men?
Because I really want a guy and they won't fuck me.
My content.
Guys won't fuck me.
I would say I think it's unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So that's probably what I talk about the most. I think that men should have access to their children.
That's not what you talk about. You definitely talk about stuff like pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature.
Yeah, men should cheat. Men are just doing what's in their nature. They should be able to cheat because it's just in their nature. It's in their biology.
Talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I'll be honest. I've watched a lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
No, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of realm, it seems that you're super focused on. So what is your interest in that? Manosphere. Maybe that's a better term. Manosphere stuff.
Yeah, shitting on women.
What is my interest? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting.
You know, I don't think that every woman in the manosphere is this way, but like we've done like 20 hours of Pearl content. She wants a guy to fuck her desperately, and like she just can't get there. And I think that she's made money doing this, and she has no other option because like there's nothing deep to her other than like saying things that other men agree with because she desperately wants like a boyfriend. And also she doesn't have like any like level of I guess I'm trying to be rude. She doesn't have any like she's not intelligent. Like she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. So she's been dumpstered on these points like 1,000 times. And yet she continues to say the same talking points. Oh, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
I think so.
Okay.
Run.
So what is you say your anti-feminism? Feminism was basically a mistake. So what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there. That's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Why?
Feminism, and are you going back to the beginning of feminism? Like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't fuck with women's suffrage?
No.
You don't fuck with women having... She's going to say that women shouldn't be able to vote because they don't sign up for the draft. First of all, sign up for the draft. I don't care. Second of all, nobody gets drafted anymore, so it doesn't matter.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
No, I don't.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Yeah.
Why?
No.
Yeah. Me agree.
Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they're not. If
they don't enforce that anymore, at least not in America. I like a lot of people in my there's people I know people who haven't signed up for the draft. They should just have women sign up for the draft. Nobody gets drafted anymore though. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You should be able to vote. It's different people with different life experiences. Let people vote. Women can participate in our society. They should have to vote.
They don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
No.
Okay, so then there's a paradox.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe? Well, listen, this is your perfect world.
I'm saying that if we are going to
ask her if she wants women to be drafted,
vote, have the same cost, which is that
you sign up for a draft that's never going to happen. Yeah, I get it.
Men are put into selective service and women are not.
Men aren't like selectively drafted anymore. So,
and if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for selective service.
Okay, so just don't vote. Who cares?
Okay, so you're saying women should only get the right to vote if they sign up for selective service, but at the same time, you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised because they're not going to be able to sign. They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters.
No,
right?
No, I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick. So I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
This question shouldn't be. You shouldn't have to think about this one, Pearl. You should have. You've talked about this topic 100 times. You should have an answer.
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
No, that's
okay. But don't you see there's an issue? There's a problem here.
I said, if feminists,
I thought if you don't sign up for selective service, you can't get financial aid. Is that a real thing? Maybe you're right. I don't know.
Want the right to vote, right? Then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service. Personally, in Pearl's world, I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective service.
I'm asking you, like, in general, in terms of policy, because obviously, I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote. Right?
Let's see. Can you get financial aid without signing up for selective service? You don't need to sign up for selective service to receive financial aid, but registering is still required for men between the ages of 18 and 25. Okay, so you don't need to do that to get financial aid. I'm pretty sure that, like, there obviously is a law that you have to sign up for selective service as a man from 18 to 25, but I'm pretty sure, and I could just be wrong, they don't enforce it. Either way, nobody gets drafted, so it doesn't matter. But okay.
Right. And so then, by your logic, women need to be entered into selective service. Right? But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah.
Well, she just wants a world where women don't vote.
Rather not.
Well, not you. I mean, in general, the women, because women want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I mean, I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe.
Yes, exactly. She knows that, so that's why she could just say whatever radicalized, like, ridiculous, dumb bullshit that she wants, because she knows nothing will ever happen.
Net taxpayers potentially you could do, but. That's a whole nother conversation. But
what does she want to do?
Women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could.
What is that, net tax? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Do, but that's that's a whole nother conversation. But
what is she saying?
If we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
Okay.
So
so you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. If the red pill actually cared about that, then just do that. But nobody cares, and nobody gets drafted anymore. So
to be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me,
okay,
I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
Okay.
Okay. So I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand, like, the policy. That in your red pill, we're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as.
Is that what she's trying to say? That, like, only, like, the taxpayers can vote, or, like, it used to be, like, property owners? I disagree with that too. I think that people should be able to vote, in general. Because if you only let people that have, like, money vote, then how are people that don't have money going to be able to be represented in a way that's fair to them?
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to, like, red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's just mine.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm just trying to.
Well,
make a
red
point
pill
about.
Doesn't really think. Women should vote,
so do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Yes.
So then, probably.
like, listen, I understand that women or men tend to be more. I've talked to like military people. I guess that's not enough, right? You need more than that. But I've talked to some people in the military, and they make some points about how they don't really know that they're not super on board with women being in combat roles. They say that sometimes it's like men can have like the issue of acting inappropriately in like the sense of them trying to protect those women too much, and that role comes in and whatnot. But personally, I'm not in the military, so it's like a military decision. If the military thinks it's fine, who cares? Most roles aren't even combat roles anyway, and it's really not for me to decide.
Arcade super chatted $5. Thank you for all the entertainment.
Oh, fuck.
Love you, Papa. Side note, my Diablo 4 Necromane is named J-Station because we be resurrecting people at 3 a.m.
Incredible stuff.
Don't draft women.
Only Papa Got survivors can vote. Yeah, subscribers can vote. Absolutely.
Into the army.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But you're not giving that. That doesn't seem very fair. You see what I'm saying? You say, well, you guys are weaker. You guys are going to weaken our military. So we don't want you in the military. But because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a catch-22. You know what I mean? So what do we do about that?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
We should
no,
allow women to
it
vote.
goes back to, I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like, if we're voting for a commander-in-chief, right, that's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to...
Then what you're saying is that all men should have to be in the military before they go be a president. That's the outcome of what she's actually saying. But what she's going to say is that you should have to sign up for the draft. Not most men don't go into the military. It's a hot take. I know. It's a really unbelievable take. I thought all men actually went in the military, despite the fact that I never did. I'm literally on my ass kicked.
You know, again, I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men. And women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay. I don't think women give a shit about this. Nobody cares. Men don't care about this topic because nobody's getting drafted. And women have the same levels of responsibility for everything.
Okay, well, just
arguably maybe more on women because they're the ones that are taking. Like, there's more single moms and single dads because women tend to want to be in their kids' life more than fucking men.
Just to be fair,
if we're really equal, have the same responsibility. But again, it's equality when it benefits us.
Sure. This is her.
Well,
this is
your
her.
logic doesn't even make sense. I mean,
nobody's
you're talking about.
drafted.
First of all, there hasn't been a draft in the United States in 50 years.
Yeah.
Right. So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation. But it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft. It just hasn't happened. So
what is the response to that, Pearl?
So why is it a big deal? I guess about the selective service. Because there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? There's enough people in the army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft.
Yeah, we keep it
it's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean? So why does it matter? I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like, women want all the rights without the responsibility.
What other ones?
If you don't think that
what other
there's
ones?
going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men are fined $300,000.
Okay, but men don't care. This is the thing. Men don't give a fuck about this point. No man is like, I think women shouldn't be able to vote unless they get signed for the draft. Nobody cares. The draft in and of itself is a dated situation. Nobody needs to. There doesn't need to be a draft. Okay, if we came to a situation where like you had to have people go to the military, then just start forcefully drafting. I don't care, whatever. I'm old enough now where I wouldn't get drafted, so I could say that. Whew. Okay, but whatever. Have everybody sign up for it. Have nobody sign up for it. Nobody's concerned because like nobody's getting like put into a draft scenario. Nobody cares. That's what it comes down to. Holy fuck, this guy's
have the option. They don't even have the option right now.
Right. So give them the option.
But nobody cares.
Make it equal.
Okay.
But not the option. It has to be mandatory.
I know, but you're saying like women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter in selective service. But it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
I'm all women.
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying no. Okay, because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. And I'm saying the policies are not like where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like
where are the men doing? Nobody cares. Men don't care. Nobody cares. It's a non-issue.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the army is kind of a byproduct of patriarchy because women are looked at that they weaken the military, as you pointed out.
Not the terms.
Is that possible that it's men driving that policy and not so much women?
Well, I mean, men are probably better in combat roles. They tend to have faster reaction times and more, strength and speed and dexterity and louder phones. I forgot my mother-in-law's coming here to get something, and I don't even know where the fuck it is. I'll have to take a break at that point, but it'll be okay. But yeah, but we don't just have combat roles. Like here's my thing. Who gives a fuck? Like if a woman wants to serve and the military decides that they're cool, let them do it. Like I don't want to serve, and God bless any man or woman who wants to go into the military. Like I don't want to. I ain't about that fucking life. What? I'm fat. I don't give a fuck. I am trying to lose weight. I actually lost like 5 pounds recently. Anyway, my point is that it's because I don't have food in the house because I'm too lazy to shop for it.
I didn't say women drove that policy. I said they don't try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Okay. Even if nobody's being actually drafted.
I mean, 50 years isn't, that long of. I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
Okay. So then, Pearl, you advocate for women to get drafted then, but you don't care about this point. It is just like a dunk point from you.
50 years. I mean, the last man was like during Vietnam, wasn't it?
Do you not think it should be equal? So you think that it shouldn't be?
Okay. No, I think what you're saying is fair, but it's not making any sense. Like, okay, sure, let's put women into selective service. Fine. I'm fine with that. I think it's fine. I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right? Right. So, what other rights do women want? You know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father.
Incorrect. You are an idiot. This point is really annoying. First of all, like we said, she's referring to the ability to get an abortion. Okay. First of all, when a woman gets an abortion, the guy also gets the abortion. He doesn't have to be the father, right? If a woman gets an abortion, both parties are no longer mothers or fathers. Okay. Second of all, men can just not be there for their kids, and we're already seeing that at astronomically higher rates than women are deciding not to be there for their kids. Right? So men can absolutely opt out. Women tend to not opt out. It's much more personal for them because they carried that around in them for 9 months. It makes them more of a person to a woman than it does to a man. That's why you see a lot more single mothers than single fathers. That's not to say that there aren't good single fathers, but that's just a fact of the matter. When it comes specifically to abortion, women should be the ultimate ones that get to choose there because women have it's in their body. It's a biological advantage. You could look at it like that women get. Men have a biological advantages as well. The reason why men should get paid more when they do things like sports or they are more equipped to do physical activities that pay them more is because they are physically stronger and they're more equipped for that. Women are more equipped to birth babies. So they should get the last say. We've always operated in that capacity. It's unfair to not let a woman, like it's fair to let a woman have the final say on whether they get an abortion or not, because people generally, we reward them for their biological advantages. Men are bigger and stronger; they get rewarded for that in society. Women are baby makers, so they get that biological advantage to be able to abort a baby or not. But either way, that's not an unfairness. It's just a stupid point that she's making. It's just a dumb, like a used up, washed up point.
So women can have a which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget. Sometimes the US is different by state, but like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why?
Who cares? I mean, okay.
Why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women?
Again, if she had the abortion, then he wouldn't have to be the father. So if these men don't want to be fathers, in fact, it works out for them to be able to allow women to get abortions. So
men have the right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers. I don't think that's fair.
They do. Paying child support doesn't make you a father. Paying child support makes you giving somebody money. The reality is that, like, my wife's take on this is she doesn't even think that men should have to pay child support. She doesn't really care my thing is, like, I think that men should, but at the end of the day, it's more about the kid. I don't really care if the men does or doesn't pay child support. I think that the kid just needs access to, like, reasonable structures so that they'll be able to, live and like have a decent life. As long as that's provided, I don't really care. That's it.
Or equal.
Sorry, just to go back for a sec. So feminists actually do, they want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the draft altogether. So they are fighting for equality. Okay. They are against the draft. There should be no draft. So men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equal.
Listen, if you don't think there should be a draft, close the window, you silly goose. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus.
Equality, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So you accept the premise is wrong on that?
I don't. I mean, it's still not equal the way it is. But yeah, what they're saying.
No, it's not equal the way it is. Sure. And feminists agree. Feminists agree with you.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but
do you listen to a lot of feminist ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? Do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
I talk to feminists all the time.
Right.
Whoa,
I
when?
haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's fair to say. Right.
That's 100% correct. She has not talked to. She has never talked to an educated person in her life. I guess except you want to consider Destiny or something.
So when you say you talk to feminists, you just mean like random women.
No. She didn't realize you said feminist. She thought you said Fuentes. But she loves that a lot. She loves that racist piece of shit white supremacist.
Not like a scholar.
That say they're feminists.
Yeah,
they say it.
But feminism
doesn't count.
It's like a.
It doesn't count.
Well,
not really, because that's like a TikTok feminist who just says dumb shit. There's like educated feminists who actually have direction and like want to advocate for like real inequalities in women are different from silly people on TikTok saying that there should be no wage gap or whatever, even though there's almost no wage gap. There still is a slight wage gap. It's like 1%. And that has a lot to do, after you take everything into consideration, like, like the jobs worked, et cetera, things like that. But, sorry. Yeah, and then that 1% like usually comes to like women generally won't advocate for themselves very well when it comes to getting paid the same in more managerial perspectives. This happens like more in the upper, and some sexism, like men like not wanting to pay women the same, but women tend to not advocate for themselves as much, and part of that's because women are generally taught not to advocate for themselves, or else they're considered bitches, right? So it gets a little complicated there, but yeah.
You said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up.
Okay.
So
maybe that might be true.
Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them to the UK.
But they're in the UK.
No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one.
Yeah, I would ignore you too. You are if I was an actual educated person, because you are just kind of an idiot. But I'm not educated, so I'll talk. I
can't remember some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Wow, some blonde chick, you don't even remember her name. She must have been a real scholar. She must have been a real educated feminist scholar. Some blonde chick.
That was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like, I mean, my point is like when you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder changed my mind versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, the academia of what feminism means historically in modern day and previously. So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different. So feminists are in favor of equality though. So I don't know if that's interesting you or not. You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
You can trust me. I'm a man.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on. We're talking about feminism. So what other? So you're talking about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point. So let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think like? You do not think that the idea that the baby, obviously the reason for that, right, which we both know, is that because the baby's inside the woman's body.
I don't think that matters.
Then you're just a silly goose.
So,
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all. But again, it's the double standard. It's like women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Yes, they do.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that, which is unfair. Although there are a lot of single moms, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that are on child support.
So
not all, but
Well, men have the choice in the sense that they can just wear a condom.
Right.
If they don't want to be a father.
Yeah, right. But women have the choice to go on birth control.
Okay.
Women have the choice to take Plan B. Women have the choice to get an abortion. Women have the choice to, take the morning after pill. Women have the choice. You have like IUD. There's a million pills.
Right, but
sure, there's different forms of birth control. Men have a choice to wear a condom. Men are physically stronger, which will generally give them the ability to do more things in life. We're talking about biological advantages, and I find it to be so fucking hypocritical when it comes to a man having a biological advantage at sports. All of a sudden, that's just fair, and you should deal with it, women, which I agree with. But when it comes to women having a biological advantage, all of a sudden, it's not fair to men. It's almost like these men are fucking your crybaby. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You know why it's unfair to men? Because they want to have more promiscuous sex, and they want to they want to get pussy more, and they want to be consequence free and having sex. And so they're like, no, I should be able to force a woman to get an abortion or something. And it's not even most men or anything. It's these dumb fucking manosphere people who have no respect for women. That's really what it comes down to. That's where this hypocrisy lies in. Oh, I'm gonna die. Holy fuck.
Right, that will have to do with pregnancy. But I'm saying, if a man
women also can require men to put on condoms or not put on condoms.
I'm sorry, say again.
Women can also require that the men that they sleep with wear condoms.
Yeah, and then the men can also require the women that they sleep with use birth control. They can say, I won't sleep with you if you won't use birth control, just in the same way that women can do the same thing, no? So, good job, silly goose.
Right, but if it's inherently unfair to men, the easy solution is just, it kills all this discussion is men just put on condoms when they have sex. Therefore, that...
Well, you can also say women close your legs. Like,
yeah, but you're...
Well, that's not even close to proportionate, though, right? Women just not having sex with men, which is so funny because before Pearl's like, oh, it's so hard for men because they'll be nice to a girl for 10 minutes and get her flowers and she won't fuck them. But then her advice is to not fuck them, even though she's telling women that they're bad for not fucking men that are nice to them. But now women should just close it. Nothing's consistent. Also, just not having sex, men can just not have sex as well. And I like how she puts it onto women to not have sex and not equally onto the man, where both of them shouldn't be having sex unprotected. You see how she's kind of a silly goose there?
You're the one saying that it's unfair for men. That's my point. You're saying men don't have a choice.
I'm saying women have like 10 choices. The men have...
But that's just biology.
Women don't have 10 choices. Here's the choice for men. Both can just not have sex. Men can wear a condom. Men can get a vasectomy. Women can use birth control or Plan B. They have the same number of choices. And then women get to have an abortion. But guess what? Men also get to have the abortion, but it doesn't put stress on their body. But the woman gets to choose because it puts stress on her body. So they have the same number of options, right? They can not have sex. They can engage in a form of birth control. Or they can get an abortion, but it's the woman that has the choice in that. And that's unfair because anytime a man gets something and a woman doesn't, that's just because men are better. But anytime a woman gets a choice that men don't get, that's unfair. Oh, men are get paid more because they're physically stronger and they because they're physically stronger and they're better at sports and they get paid better in those capacities. They have more access to manual labor jobs. They're so much better. That's just guys being guys. Oh, a woman gets to choose to be the one to get an abortion. Oh, that's unfair. Why? It's a biological advantage. We acknowledge those in our society. People with those. What are you talking about? Okay.
The men have condom or no condom, which again is a choice that both of them make because the women can require that the men wear condoms too.
Okay, and a man can just say, "I'm not going to have sex with you if you don't have birth control."
Right.
But you're only that
but it's in the men. I'm just saying.
Once the baby is conceived, right?
Yeah.
Then the man has no choice. Where the woman
he could just be there for the kid. They both can make that decision actually, but like men don't get shamed nearly as much as women do for that. And again, the baby inside of you, the fetus, is more of a person to the woman carrying it than it is the man not carrying it. Right? We carried it in our balls for like a day, right? Because it gets recycled constantly. But it's a very different situation. But, nuance, what does that mean, right? Who cares about that?
Has a choice.
Okay, so let's just talk about that then. Because, so it's your opinion that if a woman is pregnant, the man should be able to decide for her to have an abortion.
I'm pro-life, so I would ban it altogether.
Yeah.
My point is the double standard, where a man is legally obligated to pay child support and will go to jail if he doesn't.
Okay.
But the woman has the choice to not be a mother through abortion.
But again, if she makes that choice, the man doesn't have to be a father. And again, men paying child support doesn't make you a father.
I know you're against abortion, but I just want to know what you mean. So let's just say we're trying to make it equal for men. So should men be able to decide for women to have an abortion if she's pregnant?
I think that men should be able to sign off on child support.
Okay, so if they say, hey, I don't want anything to do with this baby.
Yeah.
Then the woman can decide to have it, but the father will have no obligations.
Okay, and then the next question is like, okay, how do we support that kid and make sure that kid has a happy, healthy upbringing? Is the next question to ask there.
Yes.
And you think that's better for society?
No, I think that's equal.
It's not better for society.
Well, that's more fair.
What about the kid? What's more fair to the kid? That's the next question that needs to happen. What the hell? What's more fair to that child is the next question.
Okay, so you're more interested in fairness than the welfare of society as a whole?
No, if it was up to me, if we wanted to go, it's good for society. I don't think abortion should be legal.
Well, abortion is good for society. It's better for society than not having abortion. Sorry, whether you like, I know that that's it's a necessary evil. That's how I like to say when it comes to abortion. You know, there's multiple reasons for that. I mean, taking care of a kid that you don't want. Listen, at the end of the day, population is part of it. You know, some people aren't in the financial places to be able to have a kid. There are people who are young who don't want to have a kid and get away in their life. And of course, then there is a big part of like there is population control aspects. We don't want to have too many people in general. And I think that unfortunately, you know, let somebody choose to have an abortion. I don't think it's a great thing, but it is what it is. Oh, they have a new a wizard. Oh, okay, cool.
No, I know. We're having.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying if you want to make it fair, like I don't think that's fair that the woman after she gets pregnant, so they both make the irresponsible decision, right? Because you'd agree it's irresponsible.
Also, I don't think a fetus is a person that has personhood yet. So
if it's an unplanned pregnancy, that the woman, you know, had sex with a guy without protection, right? We'd agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So you would agree that's equally irresponsible when it first happens.
Sure.
Though I guess by your logic, it would be more irresponsible for the men because he has less choices. But yeah, they're both doing something irresponsible.
Well, you know, but yeah, they're both irresponsible. So my point is, after that happens, women have the choice to not be a mother, but men don't have the choice not to be a father.
Again, yes, they do. The woman has the choice for both of them to not be a mother or a father, and the man still has a choice to not be a father. Again, this is just Pearl not having like an understanding of the world. She thinks money equals father. Men giving money for their kid doesn't make them a father. It makes them they're paying money. It makes them a sperm donor. Men can still not be fathers. They just become sperm donors that pay money into a child they helped create. And what you're saying is that you shouldn't be able to get abortion so that that neither of them have that additional choice whether or not to be a mother or father. So what you're doing is you're upset that women have an additional choice than men. But if you had it your way, then the men and women wouldn't have that choice, even though that would have a higher likeliness of the guy being a father. So
at least, you know, if they don't pay child support, they can go to jail.
Okay.
Right, because that's for the benefit of the children, which is what's the most important
There we
thing.
go.
Yeah, but is it for the benefit of the kid to kill him? Like,
say what?
Well, it's not a person yet, right? So that's the conversation. But once it's born and we've assigned a personhood to it, then it is to their detriment to not give them financial structures in place. And if for arguments, I think that men shouldn't have to pay child support, but there should be government subsidized financial structures in place. Then I'm like, okay, at least that's fair. You've covered all your bases, and that's fine.
Dude, it's not for the benefit of the kid. Like the woman can make.
Wait, what do you mean to kill who?
I mean, I'm pro-life, so again,
abort the baby.
So so if we're gonna go for the benefit of the kid, like if your argument is let's do what's best for the benefit of the kid, the benefit of the kid is not killing the child.
Right, it's not a child.
Right? I mean, and for me, like I believe it's a kid, right? You might not.
But what's that have to do with the fairness to the man? I don't understand that.
Well, that doesn't really matter because once the kid's born, we both agree it's a person. So then how do we deal with that at that point? That's what we would follow up with.
It's not fair, again, that men have the choice, that men do not have the choice.
I understand what you're saying.
Men, women,
we get it.
Yeah.
But then, okay, whatever. We're arguing in circles a little bit. Let's talk about abortion then, since you're against abortion. I'm assuming your stance is abortion should be off the table in any situation.
Yes.
So if a dad rapes his daughter, then she needs to give birth to that baby.
You know, that's less than 1% of cases.
First of all, that's true, right? And there are a lot of people who are like, I'm pro-life, except for in the case of like incest and abortion, and that's fine. But you need to understand the biggest hypocrisy here is that Pearl desperately argues the 1% cases, the fringe cases, and that's what her entire documentary that's coming out in September is going to be about. But in this case, the second it's convenient, all of a sudden fringe cases, they don't matter anymore. And just keep that in mind with like the profound cognitive dissonance that Pearl displays.
No. I know, but that's important, Pearl. Because if you're going to have a conversation about difficult things, let's talk about the difficult things. This is why the laws exist. The laws exist to protect that little girl.
I'm saying let's talk about the most common thing.
It's okay to be like, okay, I understand most abortions aren't for that, but like, what do you think about this? It's a fringe case, but you're asking it in like an intelligent way. And if you say like, no, I would make exceptions for that. Okay, then there we go. But if you say, no, I wouldn't, be like, oh, don't you think that's dangerous? Just engage there.
That's easy. That's easy.
But I'm saying,
because she doesn't want to be put into a place where she basically has to say that like it's God's will or something in some capacity if a father rapes her daughter. That's what she doesn't want to be put in that place to have to answer that way.
It's not what's difficult about this.
But I'm saying we can get to the difficult things later. But it's like, why do you guys bring
because
up
that's the interesting part. I'm telling you, the law is.
You always bring up fringe cases, bro. Shut the fuck up.
There to protect on those fringe cases.
I'm saying,
telling you why.
Why don't we start with the majority of
Didn't we just do that?
You think okay?
What do you want to say? You don't agree with abortion. So, like, if a men and women have sex and they're both being irresponsible, then sure, I understand. You say abortion's bad because we don't want to murder babies. That's not controversial. That's easy to understand. The point of these laws is to protect the little girl who's raped by her dad. These are the challenging. These are the challenging issues. So this is why I ask you about it, because this is the byproduct of your position of no abortions are allowed under any circumstance. So if you're willing to take that position, you can't just dismiss this because you are saying that this girl who's raped by her dad should have the baby.
I just think we spend a lot of time. I just think I will, hold on. I just think we spend a lot of time arguing about fringe cases that are less than like 0.5%.
Those are the important cases. That's
why I don't think those are as important as the 99.5% of cases. And so sometimes I think it's a bit disingenuous to say, here's this extreme fringe case that happened. And I don't think you don't make a law.
There's a difference.
For the exception.
But but you do make a law for the exception. What she's trying to say is that you don't make laws that encompass the whole picture based on the exception, but you do make laws for the exception. So she's not even intelligent enough to express herself correctly. Sorry, I shouldn't be that mean to her, but I just don't like her. Okay, that being said, you still do talk about the fringe cases. Like, hey guys, let's say we made the death penalty for murder, but what if it was self-defense? Oh, okay, that might be a fringe case, but like we still accept that, right? We make sure that we have, we have something in a fringe case. It's still considered, well, I guess it wouldn't be considered murder, but you understand what I'm saying. Let's say you go to jail if you kill somebody. Well, what if it was in self-defense? Oh, well, then you wouldn't go to jail because you're justified, right? So, hey, I think we should be pro-choice, pro-life. Okay, what about like in cases of like rape, incest, or the mother or the child are going to die? Okay, in that case, then like I think that we can make an exception. That's all you have to say. It doesn't represent the entirety of the conversation, but that's all it would represent in that case. So.
Yes,
you don't make laws. The general law is not for the exception; it's for the rule. Like why
that's
would
not an exception? Why is that an exception? Or I mean, exceptions are important to the law. Okay, that's the whole point.
Wait, do you not think it's an exception?
It is
like
a
13-year-old girl getting raped by her. I don't know what you can say on YouTube.
You can say whatever you want. I don't think raped is gonna.
Oh, we stay away. Yeah, I don't know.
We stay away because the reason they stay away is because they think there's a matrix out to get them, so they try to send them themselves. Except when they, people like Fresh and Fit are just calling other people the N word with a hard R and calling them monkeys because they're racist.
But do you not think that's an exception?
It is an exception.
And by exception, but she was raped. What do you mean by exception?
Right. Like you think it's common?
No, of course it's not common.
Okay, that's my point. Like we waste.
Do you think that it's less important? Do you think it's less important because it's not as common?
I think it's more important to talk about the 99.5% of abortions.
That's easy. That's an easy conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I get your position there.
Yeah.
But listen, you can write. Pearl, you can write exceptions into laws. That's why they exist. Because why should that girl who's raped by her dad forced to give birth to that baby because you didn't want to have a conversation about her?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would still make it illegal, to be honest, because again, I think you either think it's a life or you don't. So if you think it's a child, you're never gonna encourage killing a child under any exceptions. So
right, right, and that's I guess where the big difference comes between abortion, people who are for and against abortion, is that we disagree on where life begins, essentially.
Right.
But ultimately,
well, it's more of a disagreement on where like personhood begins, because it is technically a life. Organisms are life. It's more of like, when do we assign personhood to this particular thing? Is more of the question there, in general.
Lee, what quality of life do you expect this child to have from like a 13-year-old girl who's raped by her dad?
Mm-hmm.
What? I missed.
Is a lower quality life less valuable? Like that's almost saying if you are in a bad situation, your life is less valuable than someone who isn't. And that's kind of a tricky argument.
Yeah, maybe.
Not less valuable, but I mean, if we're
like that argument by her itself, like Pearl, it has a point. Like at the end of the day, it's more about like we don't assign personhood to that, and since we don't assign personhood to a fetus, then it gives us a conversation about like one of the factors of getting an abortion might be this thing. But first, you of course have to establish that like the lack of personhood onto that thing first, right? That has to be like the number one thing that we do, which I think generally that's where the argument goes into.
One should be aborted, one shouldn't. So one should be in society, one shouldn't be in society. I would say that's less valuable.
Well, It's more about you were talking about fairness. You were interested in the idea of fairness, right? Instead of the welfare of society. So let's talk about fairness. You know what I mean? Is it fair to the little girl that she was forcibly impregnated by her dad?
Right, but is it fair? Is it fair to the child?
Okay,
well, so it's not a child.
Like that's like we could talk about.
A 13-year-old is a child, by the way. She's 13. She is a child.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that's horrible, and I think there should be the death penalty for rapists. But yeah, I
disagree with the death penalty for rapists. And you're probably like, what the fuck, Papa God? Why do you disagree? From a human perspective, from a person perspective, like we should kill all rapists and like child molesters and everything. The problem is that if you make it the death penalty, if you rape somebody, then you're going to see more dead rape victims because rapists are just going to kill them. I forget where it is, but there's like this place that's like one of the safest places in the world where they have really strict laws, but they don't have the death penalty for these things, and that's one of the reasons why, is because they want to avoid that. So.
I'm sorry, like I don't believe in abortion. And again, to me, I think that's a child, and I just can't advocate for the murder of a kid under any
that's
circumstances.
fair. I understand where you come from. What about situations where like,
well, if you're gonna say this is where I would go for that. Are you pro-life or are you pro-birth? Like, what's the next part there? So, are you pro-life? So, do you believe in more robust structures for those kids that are born? Well, wait, you're trying to take away child support. Okay, so you don't. It's not really about pro-life. It's about pro-birth and not caring after that. There's no conversation about like reasonable health care for any of these kids. There's no conversation about like getting them out of poverty in some capacity. There's no conversation specifically from conservatives for all these things, by the way, about trying to do anything other than have them birthed. And then, how did I miss that? Holy fuck. And then, we're not responsible anymore. It's not pro-life. It really is pro-birth. There's no consideration for the child after it's born. It's just about the feeling you have by not wanting a baby or a fetus to be aborted because it makes you feel better about yourself. And I'm sorry, but that's just the truth of it. You know, individuals might be like, I'd be for those things. Why aren't you voting that way? Why aren't you voting in a way that tries to eliminate child poverty or tries to have better, more robust welfare structures for these kids that are poor? Why don't you vote for them? You don't vote for them. And then you're like, but I care about them. You don't, because you're not voting that way, right? So you don't really care.
12% of abortions are related to health crises where there's a chance the woman might die or the baby might die or both. Your thoughts on that?
I don't know enough about those situations to really have an opinion on it. I would probably guess that they would likely both die in those situations. So
sometimes it's just
maybe that's an exception, but I don't know enough about that stuff.
Right. Well, we can use our imagination just for the hypothetical conversation where there's 12%. I'm telling you, there are 12% of abortions are related to health crises. So if it's the baby lives, but the mom dies, what do you think should happen in that situation?
I don't know.
Okay. The reason I'm putting your feet to the fire on this is because you says very specifically that abortion should be outlawed in all situations. So of course I'm testing that.
Yeah, I could maybe see an exception for the life of the mother, but I've heard, and I don't want to quote this because, again, it's just something I've heard. I've heard it's not as common as people lead you to believe, and sometimes those stats are manipulated, but I don't.
Yeah, but the commonness doesn't really matter. It's more about I think the exceptions are interesting. I disagree. I think
he's just asking about the exceptions and see what you think of them specifically.
When you say, why are we focusing on the exceptions? I think that's a way for you to try to dismiss difficult questions.
Yeah, I just think it's silly when 99.5% of abortions are not the exception. So
okay.
But that doesn't make sense. I mean, why don't you care about the situation of everybody else just because it's the exception?
We make laws on exceptions all the time.
You should spend more time debating the most common thing. So that's, my opinion.
No, that's not true. You don't believe that. Because you only debate the non-common thing. But the problem is that Ethan here is just talking about the exception. You talk about the exception as if it is the majority of situations, right? And so there's a little bit of a difference here in that understanding and that interpretation. So those are two different things. It's not a bad thing for him to push you on why you don't think the exceptions should be talked about. But in general, like I said before, if we had a law that was like you go to jail if you kill somebody, then people would be like, well, what about self-defense? You'd be like, oh, well, that's different because we constantly make laws about exceptions, right? All the time. That's something that we do constantly. So to say that we don't do that, we do that all the time. It's done every day of the world. We're constantly doing things about exceptions. Holy fuck! I'm getting tomatoed.
Okay, very good. So we talked about feminism. The problem with feminism is that women want equality, but they don't really want equality. They need to sign up for the military, which feminists...
Yeah, being in a wheelchair is an exception to the norm. Yeah, we still have laws allowing people in wheelchairs to not be discriminated against. Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Want to abolish the draft. And then we're talking about reproductive rights, where the women get all the choice and the men don't. Is there any other ones?
That didn't hit? Oh, bullshit.
I'm sorry. I was reading something. What'd you say?
Oh,
is there any other examples other than reproductive rights and voting/draft that shows that feminism was a mistake or that feminists are disingenuous or something like that?
I would just say, like, there's just a lack. The biggest one I would say is divorce court. 90% women get custody 80 to 90% of the time. I think 90% of alimony payments are...
Yes, because women want their kids more. It's just a fact. Than men do. I don't know what to tell you. There might be some discrimination in the divorce court against men, but women tend to want their kids more. Men tend to not fight for custody. You could argue, well, they don't do it because they're advised not to. Men don't want their kids as much as women do. Unfortunately. Right? And again, part of that's because they're seen more as human beings to women. But it doesn't change that. So
are awarded to women.
What does that have to do with women's suffrage, though? You said you criticized the whole thing going all the way back to its inception.
I thought you asked other double standards. No.
Well, I asked you what's your problem with feminism in general. We can move on, though. I have a good question for you. I hear you talk a lot about the pay gap.
Yeah.
Right.
The pay gap is a myth.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see how this goes.
What do you mean by that?
Because I talked about this before. The pay gap isn't a myth. It's not 82% or whatever the statistic is. It's actually much higher, or excuse me, much lower than that. It's like 1%. Right? And the pay gap refers to, in general, when you don't take into consideration hours worked and job performed, et cetera, et cetera. The pay gap, when you don't consider those, is like 82%, I think, in general. When you do take those into consideration, it goes to like 99% because there are still some discrepancies. There's still some people, especially in higher like managerial perspective or positions where women have to advocate for themselves. You'll see a lowering in pay there because women are taught not to advocate for themselves. And then you see some sexist men, but I'd say like it's overall going away. And there's another conversation to have about how jobs women tend to gravitate towards tend to pay less, even though they should pay a little bit better. Maybe not the same, right? But like social work, for instance, is a field that women tend to work. Not only women, men do too. And I think that that's something that's undervalued and should be paid more. I think that the same thing for some kind of caregiver job. I'm not saying that they should make an amazing salary, but like caretakers, they're helping raising your kids when they watch your kid doing X, Y, and Z. So there's some conversations to have about those different types of things. So yeah.
Oh, because women don't do the dangerous jobs in society. So like I just think the pay gap, the majority of the time, is women making an excuse. Yeah, just excuses. Poor me.
Well, historically, the pay gap was very real. I think we're just in a better spot now. But
do you realize you're arguing from emotion right now?
Okay. Are you gonna let me finish?
Oh, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah, go ahead.
I thought she was done.
You asked what I think.
Well, the pay gap is more concrete than, I asked what.
When you take into account the number, women work less hours.
Right.
You don't do the most would you say that's true? Women work less hours?
Yeah, statistically that's true.
Would you say it's true that we don't do the most dangerous jobs in society?
I would say that most men don't do the most dangerous jobs in society, but I understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah, statistically, that's true.
Yeah, I'd say that teachers tend to be more female dominated. They should get paid more, right? Like, I'm not saying women should get paid more. I'm saying that jobs that tend to be seen as female type job or feminine jobs should get paid more, and society, whether a man or a woman works it.
Would you agree that the majority, if you look at female millionaires, the richest women came from divorce?
Okay. What's the point of that?
True or not true?
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
What's the point of that?
Okay, so what are we complaining about?
What does that have to do with the pay gap? Any of that?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Because all of those you don't think working less hours
I don't understand what the
to getting paid less?
thing was.
Yeah, but the pay gap. Excuse me, sorry, I've got phlegm in my throat. So what you're doing is you're misrepresenting what the pay gap is. You understand that? The pay gap, when it's analyzed by economics, economists, and the U.S. Department of Labor and such organizations, they do controlled analysis, where they eliminate all these factors. For example, ones you listed of women tending to work in lower paid.
Well, they don't. If they do, it's like 99%.
Fields.
What is he talking about?
They eliminate women working less. They eliminate for when women take maternity leave, all this kind of stuff. And even when you do a controlled analysis where you eliminate that, there's still a big pay gap.
No, there's not. The controlled gender wage gap shows women earn 99 cents for every dollar men earn. This is the controlled one. Once you take into consideration all those factors, Ethan's just wrong here. I don't know why he doesn't know that. If you don't look at the controls, women make apparently 83.7% of what men are paid. So
that's not true.
Okay.
It's like wasn't it like 3%? Last time I checked, it was 3%.
Oh, so there is a pay gap.
That is a pay gap still, though, Pearl. If you're acknowledging that.
Yeah, but that's 3%.
If you're making $100,000 a year, that's $3,000 a year. Like what is three? Let's say you're making the average salary in America is like $50K, right? So like let's say 50. That's $1,500 a year. That's like $30 a week. If you're somebody that's like in a financial situation where money means a lot to you because you're not some rich spoiled brat on the internet, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. It's $30 a week is a lot of money. So $1,500 a year. Am I getting the math right on that? 50,000 times 3%. I think I'm getting it right.
So, but it's not a myth if there's 3%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the number they used to push was like 77 cents to the dollar.
Yeah,
that's what it is without the. It's about 20% without
it's
the.
Like 84%.
Yeah, the control.
Yeah.
Right.
Why is this not? And so, yeah, I mean, when women. I just think if we wanted to be equal, then do the same jobs men do.
But there is a buy. But that's interesting because you admit there is a pay gap. 3%. I mean, I wouldn't want to work for 3% less.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's because of gender, but it's also because women are more agreeable. It's like 70.
That's included. That's part of the control.
No, it's not. It's but okay. It's not part of the control, Ethan. That's not part of the control. Part of the control isn't that women are more agreeable. Women are more agreeable, but again, women are also taught to be more agreeable, or else they're considered bitches, right? And so that's why when you talk about that agreeability factor, you'd say like, oh, we should teach women to advocate for themselves more without shaming them for being like shitty people.
Okay, I mean, I don't think 3% you can really say that's just because of gender.
Well, I did some research on this. The Department of Labor published an in-depth report. This is under Trump's administration in 2019.
Oh shit!
This is from the U.S. Department of Labor. I can link you the study if you want. It's called Gender-Based Pay Disparity Study. Mm-hmm. The research team found that the raw gender wage gap was 17.4%.
Okay.
And the median was 20%. The raw wage gap increased, actually.
So raw means that they don't take these factors into consideration, just so you know.
Between 50th and 75th percentile remains the greatest at the highest percentile. In addition, the research team found that the importance of human capital varied across wage distributions and part-time work, as well as female-oriented occupations. The updated result explained about 20 to 70% of the raw wage gap over the wage distribution, but it left an adjusted wage gap of 10 to 15%. That was in 2019.
Interesting.
The U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at that.
So if what he's saying is correct, that like the jobs women tend to gravitate towards were part of that control, that's interesting, and I actually like that one. Because I think that that's something to talk about for sure.
But the stuff I've seen, it's very small. It's like
yeah, that's from the government. But the stuff that I've seen is better because it's my stuff that I've seen. But yeah, like jobs women tend to gravitate towards tend to get paid less. Oh my god, I'm getting my fucking ass fucked.
3%.
What stuff have you seen?
Really nothing. I'll show this to you on. It's a clip from Rollo Tomasi's stream I watched once.
Top of my head, I can't remember, but I can send it to you.
Sure.
Rollo Tomasi's
I mean, the U.S. Department of Labor. Do you consider that a credible source?
Yeah. I mean, if that's true, it's just a lot of times like.
You're giving me a federal statistic. If that's true, but a lot of times, just quickly go through the statistic, right? I'm not like live, Pearl. See what's up.
There are like parts of the study that they don't talk about. So
like what? Like
even on this is what I was looking at earlier. Like they were saying the stat you gave earlier, 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelming.
What the fuck? Who was talking about that before?
Overwhelmingly, doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mothers in pregnancy. Also, that 12% number they gave is highly inflated.
What?
And so it's like it's just a lot of times there's more to it than just like.
I don't know what she's referring to be absolutely honest with you. I know that we were talking about abortion before, but I don't know what relevance that specific point has. Okay.
Like a number you're giving me, but
whoa, what does that have to do with the pay gap? I'm confused by that.
No, the point is that like a number you gave me earlier, like there was more to it.
Which number? Which one? I'm sorry. Go ahead. We'll unpack that.
The 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time.
Oh, now I see. Pearl's a moron. Okay, so basically before, Ethan had just made a point about how sometimes there are medically necessary abortions in the risk of the mother or the fetus's life, and so that would be excuse me, that would be what am I saying? An exception case, right? To an extent, it would be a low percentage, but we were just talking about that. What Pearl is saying is because it wasn't performed in an ER while the mother was on the brink of her own death, and it was actually just a doctor who, through their decades of experience, can see how somebody could die from a particular thing, like a pattern that we've noticed, that it's actually, she's trying to downplay that it's actually would be medically necessary. That's what she's trying to say. She's downplaying it. So to her, being preventative, like let's say like there is a situation that a woman is in, and 85% of the time that woman will die on the operating or will die giving birth. And so the doctor's like, yeah, you know, I think that you should get an abortion now. There's an 85% chance you will die. So Pearl, that's not valid because she's not on the table dying. There's a 15% chance she wouldn't die. And so even if it's like a 50% increased chance of death, if you wait to do it now, or wait to do it instead of doing it now, that's not acceptable to her. That's what she's trying to argue there. Like, this is a pathetic thing. So preventative care doesn't matter to her. She's an idiot. Okay.
In case there are risks for the mother in pregnancy.
That sounds reasonable to me. I mean, a doctor is qualified to say this baby is going to put your life at risk. I would trust the doctor to say that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, but they're saying that number's inflated.
Who's saying they didn't say that?
Who's saying
what you read did not say it's inflated.
No, I said also that 12% number they're giving you is highly inflated.
Who said that?
Based on what? Because what you just read to me doesn't disprove what I said at all. It actually makes perfect sense.
No, but they're saying it's inflated.
Who's they?
Who's they?
Yeah, they didn't say that.
So you're saying that the people who came up with the statistic are saying that their own numbers are inflated. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like, why would they say that? Even if it is inflated, which it's possible, I suppose, why would they say that it's inflated? Then why would they even do this study then? I don't understand.
So here,
yeah, who's they?
It's just someone I do research with. So.
Oh, so they is just some random fucking person that you're texting. It's just some guy that's just saying a thing. They say it's inflated. What is that? What does the word inflated mean? I don't know. I think it has something to do with pool toys. Okay. Rolo is literally messaging her. Rolo's on the phone. Probably.
There's just someone.
There's a guy. Yeah. This is some person.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Don't push, right? Here's an interesting analysis. I thought maybe you'd be interested. Women don't do the dangerous jobs. Women are overrepresented in healthcare. You know that probably, right?
Yeah, it's the #1 employer is nursing.
Then hopefully you can explain to me why, when you look at the pay of women versus men doctors, look, you can see this graph. There's a
women should just be male doctors. Duh.
Huge disparity of the average wage of male doctors versus female doctors.
I wonder if that takes into account the type of doctor that they are. But that could show something. Does it take into account what type of doctor that they are? Women physicians have consistently made less than men. I wouldn't doubt it. Own primary care. Maybe that by itself isn't enough. I can't believe we lost this one. That by itself isn't enough because you have to see where they are the doctor, like what position they are, how long they've been the doctor for. There's a lot of variables. Like, for instance, you would expect a doctor in like Minnesota to make less than a doctor in New York. And so if there are more women doctors in Minnesota, you get my point. I'm not saying it's completely invalid, but there's more factors to this.
You can see here, and this is from 2022, last year. This is again from the Physician Compensation Report. Male doctors make on average $285,000 per year. Female doctors make on average $228,000 per year.
Okay, perfectly possible.
So this is the women's field, and yet they're still making significantly less than their male counterparts.
Okay, does it say why?
No, this is just raw data. This is just raw data.
I mean, you'd have to look at why.
Yeah, she's right about that.
So this is we can justify this by saying
women work less hours.
No, but they work with less hours.
That's what I'm asking.
This is controlled. They're working the same.
You can't just say it's controlled. You have to show us. I don't think that's a controlled study. Maybe it is. You know, it's possible, but you know, it's as possible as me fucking shit up right now, baby. It is possible though. I just missed. Sorry, I sound like an idiot now.
Hours. They have the same qualifications. Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe they are in that field. I don't know.
Okay.
Does it say that on the study? Can he show that to us? Because I didn't see that in there.
Qualifications.
I don't know if that's even true.
Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe they are in that field. I don't know.
Okay, so the wage gap is more complicated, perhaps, than saying it's a myth.
It's possible.
Okay, that's nice to hear. So I would recommend, though, when you go out and do these shows and stuff, because when you talk about the wage gap, you're very adamant about it. Like, oh, this is a myth, and this is why, and you extract a lot of meaning from it. So I would recommend potentially approaching that topic with a little more nuance in the future.
Damn.
Especially if you're saying, well, yeah, maybe I'm wrong about this. But here's
well, Rollo's telling me that you're wrong, idiot. Like,
here's an excerpt so we can kind of see how you talk about these issues. Here it is.
I think in 2022, any girl that complains, I'm not talking about race because that's the first thing people always bring in. I'm talking about female to male. I think in 2022, if you're complaining about the pay gap as a woman, you're probably just lazy. I have never had a problem getting the same pay as a guy. One issue is that women.
No. So you kind of agree that women who complain about pay are just lazy?
Yeah, the majority of the women complaining about this stuff.
Yeah,
what do you mean
majority?
What
do you mean?
Yeah, what's the majority?
Majority of women.
Maybe people complaining about it on TikTok.
Gosh,
you could argue that the majority of women won't ever really see the negative impacts of like a lower pay gap, because like that's more into like upper, like more like jobs that pay more. But okay.
Majority of the women complaining about this
Based
stuff.
on what? Majority of women.
Whiners. Just
whiners. Wine and dine, baby.
Yeah, I mean, because women, it's like go.
You're arguing from emotion again.
Ethan's killing me, dude. Oh my god. When Ethan is not talking to black people, he's the best. You know what I mean? Anytime he's engaged with black people, he's horrible. But anytime he's not talking to black people, Ethan is my favorite, I think. He's fun. He's fun. All Ethan has to do is stop. Just don't talk to black people anymore. No, I'm just kidding. Talk to more. But well, Pearl's like a lolcow at this point, so it's always fun to watch somebody dunk on her.
All right. Okay. Is that what you're going to say every time you don't agree with me?
Oh, no.
It's a good point. You just keep saying most women, and then it's like, okay, well, what does that mean?
Oh, no, you literally are just saying stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I disagree. I'm just saying if we want to have a conversation about this stuff, it'd be better if we don't argue from emotion and say, I feel that all women are complainers, because that's not a productive point. Right? You see what I mean?
All women are complainers. Yeah. That part's true, though. Facts.
Yeah. No, I still think that most women that complain about the pay gap are just whiners. They're big whiners. And I have never had trouble getting a job. I've never had.
But like, here's the thing. Like, most women, like, that's a broad thing to say. You know, what does that mean? Are you saying the place where I see the wage gap bullshit is the most is on like TikTok? TikTok people are annoying in general. Is that women or is that TikTokers, right? Basically, the manosphere is TikTok. I mean, they're the same level of like research available. But there is clearly a small wage gap that exists based on this conversation, especially in what I know. So, hey, let's tackle that, right?
Trouble getting the same pay as a guy. And I think that in 2023, it's just a bunch of excuses.
Okay. So what's your experience in the work? You use your own experience.
Yeah, her experience is that she comes from like a literal rich family, and she's never had a problem with anything in her life because she's an entitled little baby that doesn't understand like working in the middle class.
As an example of why women pay gap doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not blind.
Well, hold on. What's your experience in the workforce?
I always had a job from like after high school in the summers. And I worked in corporate America, and then I did.
How long did you work?
How did you get into a job in corporate America right after? What does that mean?
In corporate America?
A couple of years.
Couple of years?
I'm only 26.
Right, you're only 26, and therefore I wouldn't put you in and you have maybe 1 or 2 years working in corporate America. Do you think that your experience is ample to say I've seen that women get paid equally to men? That seems disingenuous based on 1 year or 2 years, and you're only 26 years old.
I ended up coming from a rich family, so
yeah, that's just my opinion.
Right. Okay. Okay, but I think we've established a little bit, at least you've conceded a tiny bit to me, that the wage gap is perhaps more complicated than yes or no.
If what you're showing me is real, you did this.
Yeah, but Rollo said it's not real. So, oh shit, I haven't been showing my screen the whole time. I guess I have.
You did this to someone else, but then there's like something else to it. Who? But if what you're showing me is true.
Yeah, you did this to someone else, and then there's something else to it. I just don't remember anything. I have not. I can't even lightly reflect or recall on what I'm on any of these claims. But I think you did a thing. I think you went to the bathroom one time. You farted. What are you talking about? You need more than I think a thing happened.
True.
Yeah, it's all true. This is all sourced.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, you could easily look this up yourself.
Can I see the parameters for the control? I'm just
Let me know if I start lagging.
Sure, we can do that, yeah. You can pull up the U.S. Department of Labor one.
The doctor one, can I see?
By the way,
she worked for her mom and dad. Yeah, of course she did. I figured that much.
Long since moved past, but I did find that study in the Rolotoni video, the Swedish study from several years ago about Swedish prison system. I'm not sure. We can loop back to that.
Wait, what was it? What was it? I'm unfamiliar.
Here, I got a bunch of tabs open. Where did it go? In the meantime, here I'll send this in the Zoom chat if you want to take a look.
Am I lagging? Okay, I'll stop doing that then. We'll keep going.
Oh, can you open it? Because I don't have the Zoom on my computer.
Oh,
Dan sent a link to you. That I guess that's the parameters one.
That's the Department of Labor's 2019 study. There's a couple more. I guess we didn't.
What do you? I'm curious. What do you think it is? The wage gap.
Well, it's complicated, right? I don't think it's as simple as saying it's a myth and women who complain are lazy. That doesn't seem like a productive point to start that conversation. It is complicated.
What is your solution? Like, if you seem to think that the wage gap is real, right? And that do you think women are discriminated against?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Because what barriers do women have today in 2020?
I would say it's mostly social barriers, right? Like social barriers being brought up and like being discouraged from one area and being encouraged to go into like a more feminine role. I think that for the most part we're just going in the right direction, so I'm not really too worried about it. But
I just genuinely don't understand
barriers, right? It's not about barriers. It's about norms. It's about like patriarchy. It's about the way that we perceive the value of people. It's not about barriers. There's no laws that say women can't do this and that, obviously.
Let me know if I'm lagging.
Okay, so there's no barriers?
Well, there's social barriers, right? And so it's just advocating against social barriers. I turned the gameplay off for a reason. I'm downloading Diablo 4 again. I accidentally uninstalled it, trying to uninstall the server tester. So, but thank you so much for the 4-month sub. What's your deadlift?
Right now?
No, not that I could think of. Okay. Pay transparency. Okay. So, I mean, I agree that in general,
because.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I do think that there's a bit of discrimination going on. I do think that behind closed doors, when there's no transparency in payment,
that's fair.
This presupposition, by the way,
that's fair. And I've seen, I remember one time a woman came in to give an application and to be a mechanic at the job, and it was a different guy. He wasn't the manager there, but he was filling in for the manager, and just took her. He's like, "Oh yeah," took her application and crumpled it up and threw it away because she was a woman. That also might have been because she was Hispanic and he was racist as well. So I mean, I guess we don't really know. But he just took it, threw it right in the garbage, laughed about it. Everybody around him laughed about it. I was very uncomfortable. It was when I was 20 years old, so I didn't say anything. If it was when I was older, I would have said something. But
you putting forward that
unfortunately I didn't. Bad guy.
Women are lazy and just making excuses. That doesn't help. Honestly, it's I don't know how to explain it, but I know it exists, right? I know it exists.
So you think the bosses behind closed doors say we should hire less women?
No, it's not a conscious thing.
It's not like the super conscious thing. It's some men not thinking that women are capable enough of performing the same task as a man. It's some men thinking that they should pay less money to those women. It's some of those aspects of some women not advocating for themselves as much when it comes to bargaining their pay. There's a lot of different things here. So,
right, it's systemic. Okay. Yeah.
Do you have it? Do you subconscious?
Papa, do you think that where a person receives their degree can factor into a gender pay gap? If a man has a degree at Harvard, yeah, that's another factor. Sure.
Just
maybe
they pay women less.
Okay.
She's about to get into the base, why don't they just hire all women if they get paid less?
Then do you have it? Do you subconsciously pay women less?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So then wouldn't. Okay.
Well, Ethan could just argue that he is free from that. He's aware of the bias, right? But maybe he does. I don't know.
So because I don't pay women less, then
I'm just thinking if you think there's this subconscious thing, then you.
Well, but it does exist, right? I mean, we
ask for. Should the women ask for raises at your?
Well, we're talking about you saying it's a myth, okay?
Yeah.
But it does exist. That's what.
Yeah, we've seen that it exists. Right? So.
I don't think there's anything stopping you today. You could maybe argue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I appreciate and respect the opinion from the rich white girl.
I can't even do it in my soul. You can maybe argue 50 years ago, but I just think in 2023.
Maybe 50 years, maybe.
There are no barriers.
Didn't you say earlier 50 years ago wasn't that long ago?
That was kind of funny. He actually kind of got her on there. That's it's an irrelevant, dumb point. It's not actually productive to the conversation. But she did say that before when they were talking about the draft. So kind of funny.
In regards to the draft.
Okay, fine, 100 years ago. I'm saying in the past you could argue, but in 2023,
yeah, I still think
I just don't think there's anything stopping you.
Okay. I think it's a good thing nobody takes you seriously.
It's like very much a victim mindset to tell women, like, to go up telling us that we're oppressed. Like,
so there absolutely can be a victim mindset. When this isn't a conversation we've been having, fundamentally, when it comes to talking about topics, you need to make sure you don't over-affirm somebody or under-affirm somebody on anything, right? So it is good to acknowledge that there are different, we'll say issues with women and men. There are issues with men as well, right? Some of them listen to Pearl. That's their biggest issue. Talking about, like, for instance, there might be an issue in the court systems when it comes to custody hearings, right? For men. So we should acknowledge that so we can fix the system. But what Pearl does is she plays into the victim mentality of that situation. So if there is some kind of discrepancy in the court system, or excuse me, the custody system that is negative to men, let's work to fix that. But that doesn't mean that all men are victims in that structure. In the same way that we exist now, there's issues with some of the aspects of women and the way that they get paid. That exists, right? It's not like world ending and it's getting better, but it exists. And you shouldn't make somebody feel like a victim, and you shouldn't also diminish that experience either. You should just kind of meet it at where it is. But it's so funny that when it comes to women getting paid less, Pearl thinks that it's just a big nothing burger. But when it comes to men in the court system trying to get custody, all of a sudden, like, all of them are victims. You see how there's a cognitive dissonance in the way that she fundamentally engages with problems in different sectors, depending on whether it fits her narrative or not. If it's something that negatively impacts men, she overplays it and perpetuates a victim complex in men. But if it's for women, she underplays it and tells women that they're all stinky losers.
I think that I can do anything minus like the physical stuff, but I think I can apply for any job a guy can if I want. Sure. I can go after any job that I want. I can ask for more money if I want. And I don't think that men are out there.
But you're not qualified for anything, so
discriminating against women.
Some are probably a little bit. Sure. I'll even give you an instance of when I did it. It's weird the way that we discriminate, right? It's very interesting. I remember I told the story before, but it's been a while, so I get to tell it again. We pretend that I've never said it before. Back in the day, I remember driving. It was a couple of years ago. I remember driving past, a construction site, and there was a woman holding a sign. And then there was a bunch of guys doing, like, the real work, right? And you know what I said? And I was in the car with my wife. I said, look at this woman not doing work. I was half kidding, but I was like, this fucking woman, she ain't doing shit. And my wife turns to me and she says, okay, how do you know that she chose that job versus how do you know that those men just thought that she couldn't perform, so they gave her that job? And I thought about it for a while, and then I realized, like, when I would work somewhere, like, oh shit, I remember, I was like, shit, I think men will sometimes do that out of, like, to be chivalrous, but sometimes they'll, like, they almost, what is it called, infantilize women unintentionally to be chivalrous, right? So I remember when I used to work for my bus company, and, like, every winter we did this thing where we would have to put every single bus, like, in a section, like, right, one behind the other, in, like, rows of, like, 8 or 10 or something. Because when it snowed, you wanted to easily plow, and then you could move around. So I stayed late, so I would do that, and I would make sure everything gets done right. I would park the bus myself. When my boss was a guy, like when it was my boss, I was a guy that oversaw it. It was cold as fuck out. He would come outside, and I would take care of everything, but, like, he would stay outside or whatever. But when it was like a woman in charge, I'd be like, oh, you can go inside, don't worry about it, I got everything, right? It's just that slight thing where it's like, oh shit, even I did a little discrimination, right? It's not like a bad discrimination, but it's like, oh, okay. So there's, like, some of those things where sometimes men are like, oh. It's just something to think about, isn't it? Interesting.
I don't think that men are. Men are such capitalists. Men want to make money. It's like if women were so much cheaper, they would just hire all women.
Oh, okay.
Right. It's not how it works. But I've never claimed to have a solution. Right. I'm just saying there is a problem.
I'd also say, I grew up in a family business too.
You grew up in a rich family.
So my dad hired people all the time. Like
wow,
for 200 employees.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
What was you're researching my family now, huh?
Well, that's all.
Well, it's all public information. Huh?
No, my mom. I mean, I don't know what they.
I thought women weren't good leaders. You even said so yourself, bro. You said that they start more wars when you were referencing England like 500 years ago, despite the fact that it was actually because people would start wars with them because they were women in charge, and they were actually more effective at winning those wars. It wasn't because they were women. It was because there was a structure in place that made it so that the king and the queen, when the queen was the ruler, it forced them to work together more and gave them more political strength. Because if that woman died, the king wouldn't actually inherit the throne. So it gave him, like, he had to basically trust her to stay in power. And so it's actually saying that men and women together are more effective than just men. So
titled it, like, I don't.
Your mom was the president, I believe. But
yeah,
based on
I mean, they might have titled it one thing or another. My mom did more of the marketing, sales.
She did more of the sweeping. She just got mopped. She was the CEO of the floors, the ceramic tiles.
Side, my dad did the engineering of the software.
Okay.
I think they wanted to get some grant, so I think like they might have had her, like they did that to get some grant from the government or something.
So you're saying that they only had her be in charge so that they could take advantage of the government? Why would you even admit that? That sounds like your family's taking advantage of these structures. Wow. Pearl just kind of, I think that maybe they could get investigated for that. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm just saying that's pretty shitty. CEO of taking advantage of the law.
Something, I don't remember. But
so they only did it so that they could take advantage of some kind of like structure in place. Wow.
So
what a bitch.
Yeah, is that a crime?
That might be a crime.
I shouldn't say that on air.
Yeah,
parents might not like that.
That sounds illegal to me. It sounds very illegal to me. Oh my god, dude! Pearl's gonna be the CEO of getting them to go bankrupt. That's fucking wild, bro.
So
yeah, that's fraud, dude. Pearl admits to fraud. Wild.
You know, again, we're
what a goose,
wall on this topic. But what I would say is this: is that I don't claim to have a solution. I'm rebutting your claim that the pay gap is a myth. Because it's not a myth. It exists. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just saying it's not a myth.
Epic woman moment.
That's an oversimplification, and it's dishonest.
Yeah. I just don't. I think most of the pay gap you can attribute, and you even agreed to this, the 77 cents to 3%, like is very different. I think the majority of the pay gap
3%.
You can.
Oh, you mean the uncontrolled?
Yeah.
It's more than 3%, but I agree that it's lower. Yeah, it's a lot lower.
And even with that, like. I just would guess there's more to it because I just don't see.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you're just guessing.
Is there anything else you want to guess at
I don't think that men have this evil. I think it's silly. It's silly to think that men have this evil coalition where they just.
Nobody's saying men have an evil coalition to treat women less than. It's just kind of something that we are inherently doing sometimes. Not all the time. Sometimes it's an internal bias that people just need to come and recognize. I don't think that all guys are bad. Like
unconsciously discriminate against women.
I agree. That's not what's happening. Yeah. That's the oversimplification part. Speaking of coalitions, what do you think about the Jews?
Oh my God. Okay, let's get into it.
I'm just kidding.
I don't have any.
I'm just kidding.
Keep me on
that. Well, I wish that he would push her on that. That's funny.
Just kidding.
Just fraudulent things.
Let's talk about some of your really interesting ideas on this one here. You say men want younger women. This is something I've heard you say quite a bit a few times here. I'll play this clip to set it up.
The person that will get me at 40 years old, at 50 years old, is getting a different version than he had when I was 18, 20 years old.
But it's a less valuable version to men.
No, that's not the right man for me because
no, it's not. It's not the right man for you. It's how men men can't help what they're attracted to. No, it is all men. They can't.
Oh yeah, do you feel the same? Okay.
If you survey men between the ages of 20 and 80, they're all the most attracted to 22-year-olds.
No, they're not. She's not. She's lying. I know this statistic very well because I've talked about it. That's not the statistic. Pearl is referencing a OkCupid analysis, a dating profile analysis. That's what she's referencing. And by the way, 8% of like relationships come from like online dating spheres. Just so you know. She's referencing an OkCupid analysis on dating. What that analysis says is a couple things. One, that men set their preferences for dating from roughly 20 to their age. So a 25-year-old will say like it's probably 18 to like 30. A 40-year-old will say like 18 to 40. A 50-year-old will say 18 or 20 to 50, right? However, and then women will stay within a reasonable age range of like if they're 35, they'll say like 30 to 40, right? However, if you look at the people they actually engage with, they are around their own area and more. Both men and women engage with other men and women that are in their own age bracket. So she's trying to say men are more attracted to 20-year-olds. They're not. Hot take. Men might be more physically attracted generally to an 18 or a 20-year-old, possibly when you just look at them, but life experience is huge. As a 30-year-old man, I might look at an 18-year-old. Well, I wouldn't actually. I'm really not into that. But you might look at a young girl and go, oh, that's cute. But like that's not the whole thing when it comes to dating. An 18-year-old is not going to make a good mother. An 18-year-old is not going to be able to have a mature conversation with me. An 18-year-old is basically a stupid little asshole. They're not going to be in any place where they're going to be successful for years. I don't want to be their father. I'm not trying to raise them to be successful. I want to be with a woman who's got their shit together. And so this statistic is wildly inaccurate.
I peaked 3 years ago, and you guys did too. At 22, 23.
Nobody peaks. They're not peaking.
Men between the age of 20 and 80. So what men value is purity, youth, and fertility. And so, like, what would you?
No, they don't. Some men do, and I say that's generally like, okay, you do you, but you're never going to find anybody to be in a long-term relationship with. It's just that the men want young girls, like older guys in the manosphere want to fuck young girls who don't really know what's going on and don't know what good sex is like for a financial exchange. That's all it is. It's nothing that crazy.
To be able to offer to a guy.
So that's something I've heard you say. Obviously, you strongly believe that, right? That women who are past the age of 22, their value goes down, and all men just want young girls.
Yeah.
You believe so? I guess what's the message behind this? What is it? Who are you speaking to, and what is it that?
I mean, it's just true. Men do want younger women.
See, that's the problem. Is like, yes, men do want women younger than them. Is not the same as younger women. All right, there's a dude. You see what she's doing there? You see, almost smart. I prefer younger women. I'm 33. My wife's 28. My wife is a younger woman. If I was dating again, I probably wouldn't date under 26, to be honest with you. I don't even know. But I would never date again because I'm in love with my beautiful wife. Okay? There's a difference between younger women and young women. Men prefer girls that are younger than them. Women prefer men that are older than them. You see some guys date really young girls and some girls date really old guys. But for the most part, that age gap is 5-ish years maybe. So, okay.
Well, right. Okay. I want to ask you this before we get into that. What is your message? Who are you speaking to, and what is it you're hoping that they take from this?
Good question.
I mean, I just believe in speaking about things that are true. Okay. And I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever, get married at 35, and have a bunch of kids, and that's
nobody's saying that at all. I don't know why he keeps bringing that up. I know what she's speaking to.
Miss Mortician 1986 super chatted $9.99. The attraction to young girls thing is dumb. If I was asked my favorite type of food, I'd say Chinese, but that's not what I eat every day, and it doesn't mean I don't also love Italian.
I get what you're saying. I agree with that. Thank you so much for the $10. Well, fuck, what did she just say? I forget.
I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever. Oh,
yeah. Nobody's saying that. Listen, here's the reality of the situation. We are telling women that they can choose to be career driven if they want. That's it. And because of that, some of their motivations is to have kids later. Absolutely. This is the way things are going because women want to be more independent. They don't want to be forced to be in abusive situations with men. And I think that they should be able to do that. And, and I would also say that for men, it's a good thing too, because I'm a guy, I'm very strong-willed sometimes, and I need a strong woman to push back against me. And so that's my wife. And the fact is that if this was 50 years ago, and I was in a situation where I was the one working and the woman wasn't, I don't know if I'd be abusive or not. I don't say that to be like, haha, fuck you or anything. I just like truly wonder if I would have been like an abusive person. I wouldn't want to be, but I have tendencies that typical men have, and it's taken a lot of introspection to actually become a better person. Yeah, I don't love Italians. And so there's something to that as well. But that's what's happening. If you want to incentivize women to have kids younger, then we should do some form of universal childcare. We should do some form of universal, like, what is it called? A fucking pregnancy, stay home from work for a few months thing. I forgot what the word of the term is. Fuck. You get my point. That would be how right? Because that's just where we are. Women want to be able to work, and we shouldn't go back to the old way. So now you have to come up with every problem you solve. Another problem arises that is not as bad, but it's still a problem, and so we have to come up with that problem.
And that's just not true.
No good deed goes unpunished.
True.
Who's saying that?
I just think it's the message that's pushed by the media and culture today.
Who?
Where? So
no, it's
the
not.
media is telling women to get married at 35.
I mean, what have you ever seen? Like, what's a homemaker that's on TV?
I don't know. I don't watch that.
You mean like in a sitcom, or you mean like in a
no? But I'm saying like we don't have them in the media and the culture. Like family really isn't. It's really family really isn't pushed.
Well, like what? Maybe. I mean, I don't really watch regular TV.
And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times like we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist.
What? Who's calling men ageist?
Ageist? if they don't want younger women?
What?
You know, men are
what the fuck are you talking about?
Men are constantly shamed when they have a standard.
No, what are you talking about? When? What are we talking? What standard are men getting shamed for? I'll shame you if you're like fucking 50 dating a fucking 20-year-old, of course. But what standard are we? Because that's weird. I mean, it's fine. It's not illegal or anything. But like, what do you have in common with a 20-year-old weirdo? You know? But like, whatever. You know? What are you talking about?
So it's not.
Yeah, except for all the Real Housewives. Yeah, don't talk about Real Housewives. It's gonna go against the narrative.
And that's like a conversation from a 3-hour episode. I don't remember the
I've
context.
heard you bring it up a lot. I know that.
Yeah, because it's true. So and a lot of times it's women.
You're speaking to women. You're saying past 22, your value's going down.
So this is what you're doing. So you think that women should desire to be in a relationship with a man and get married and have kids more. So what you do is you tell them that they're valueless after 22 and they shouldn't ever work to get a job because they can't have a job and be married at the same time. Also deal with putting up with cheating. If I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be a woman. I would just be non-binary. Based on the way that they're talking about women, I would hate women. If I was a woman and I engaged with a manosphere red pill logic, I would want to not be a woman. It's so interesting about like the way that they speak to the mythology of men and women, of like men are these incredible things that like build and they get more value and they become stronger and dominant and they control everything and you know everything comes to them as long as they work hard enough, and women are just sidekicks to that. Why would I want to be a woman? This doesn't make the appeal go up for being in that scenario. It sounds like an eternal burden. That sounds like I would just be miserable forever. What this is ridiculous.
And,
yes,
and your message,
your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value, like that doesn't mean like your personal worth. I'd like to just clarify that.
Yes, it does to you. It does. You've said that before. You think that absolutely is directly linked to their personal worth. So stop pretending you don't.
But yeah.
And so your message to them is nothing. You're just saying that because it's true. I mean,
don't wait till 35 to get married. Get married as young as you can.
That's a dumb. See, that's like I would say, yeah, maybe don't wait till 35. You should. The way I would engage is always look for a partner, or always be open to a partner without looking for one. Right? Go on dates. You don't have to sleep around a lot, but go on dates. Just date different people. Hang out a little bit. See what you like, and if you find something that you really like, that's great, and then marry that person. Don't go looking for it, because if you go looking for a long-term relationship, you will find it. And the problem with that is you will force particular things onto it. You know what I mean? You'll ignore red flags if that's you're looking for it. So just go out looking, just be open to whatever. And then I think that'll help you find the healthiest relationship. I would say try to get married at a reasonable age. Like, yeah, if you'll get married before like 30 or before, it's not a bad idea. Sow your wild oats or whatever. I wouldn't say forcefully wait till 35, but that's not what she's saying. I'm being reasonable. She's like, no, just get married as young as possible. 14, fuck it. Like, what are you talking about?
Right, get married as young as you can.
Yeah.
Now, you seem to offer a lot of advice to who you're mostly giving advice to women, would you say?
I wouldn't really. Okay. I wouldn't really.
Excuse me.
I guess sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I've heard you say that even. And then so men,
like I wouldn't say I'm like an advice channel, like do this.
You were trying to be.
I mean, it's more talking about the state of relationships today is a better way that I would put it.
No, you're not. You don't know anything about relationships. You've never been in one.
So as men get older, not like super old, but their value goes up. And as a man's value on the sexual marketplace goes up, they're looking for younger virgins, right? That's important. And so any woman who's not...
Well, historically, virginity has always been a prerequisite for marriage. Like 100 years ago, 85% of women didn't admit to premarital sex. So, it's more abnormal now that women are not virgins anymore.
Do you know what an appeal to tradition is?
Yes.
What we did 100 years ago doesn't predict anything.
Well, I'm saying the outcomes are better for women. Like the outcomes are obviously better. We have more women on antidepressants than ever before, and it's tough.
Is she being sarcastic?
There are studies both ways when it comes to female happiness, but most of the ones that I've seen indicate that women are unhappy over a certain age without children. That most women wanted to have kids at some point in their life.
Okay, yeah. Most people want to have kids. What's your point? What does that matter?
And I just think And, you know, you can see what happens in front of you. Like, you're not blind. Women are happier with a family.
Maybe.
So again, you're doing the "I'm not blind. I see this," which is like, again, kind of an emotional argument. Antidepressants didn't exist.
You just want to call me emotional today. That's just your go-to today.
Well, I'm trying. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody who says
the sexism I face in this country. I just get called emotional.
Well, you call all women emotional, so it's kind of just funny that you're crying about that.
Right. Well, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who just says, "I feel this." You know what I mean? It's like, how do you address that in a conversation? You say, "I see this. I'm not blind." I mean, that's not really a concrete.
Well, I listed before that.
Let's talk about those. Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago. What relevance does that have on the happiness of women then and now?
I mean, we're seeing them get more and more on antidepressants.
Well, men are on antidepressants too.
Well, antidepressants exist, and you could also attribute some of that to like the way that social media is very toxic for people's mentality, and that people are getting smarter overall because of better education. Smart people tend to be more depressed, I would say, because they're more self-aware. I could be wrong about that, I guess.
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about men.
But if men and women are getting on antidepressants at the same rate, then it doesn't.
Why can't we have a conversation about women without talking about the men?
Because
it doesn't. It's like 90%. I can't answer questions if you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer you.
Go ahead.
You know, so it's like 90% of women are on contraceptive or have been on contraceptives at some point in their life. 1 out of 3 women has.
Okay.
1 out of 4 women have an STD. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion.
Okay.
It's like these aren't good numbers. Like, do you genuinely think that sleeping around is good for women?
I think in general, sleeping around too much could be bad for you, but like, it's not good for men or women, right? The statistics that we look at that talk about how like people are happier when they have lower body counts in marriages, it goes for that for both men and women. So who cares? Like, say the same thing about men, and sure, generally say don't try to sleep around. I would be up for that. That's a good message. But to sit here and just constantly, you're just talking about it in reference to women, right? That's the sexisms.
I don't think, in my opinion, mass sleeping around, like you're talking about, like 100 plus partners, isn't good for men or women.
Okay.
That's my
Do you
opinion.
think sleeping with multiple partners is good?
I think it's completely fine. I don't think there's an issue with women having multiple partners.
Do you think it's good for them? Do you think it's good for women?
I think it depends on the person in the relationships. I mean, the premise is neutral. The premise doesn't imply, you know, people, men and women have good and bad relationships. Some benefit them, some don't.
Overall, multiple partners, you would say good for women or bad for women?
I literally cannot answer that.
I mean, multiple partners, same for men. That's my answer.
Question, because it makes no sense. It depends on the relationships. But let's say this. I'll answer it. I'll say I think it's good to get more experiences in life and to have multiple partners. I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Why?
So, I think because it leads to more heartbreak.
Heartbreak?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's dating then. You're talking about sex and dating, and you need to have sex with somebody before you marry them, in my opinion. So
yeah, like women sleeping with multiple people, I don't think that's a good thing.
What about men sleeping around with multiple people?
Heartbroken without sleeping someone.
Yeah, but that's true, but I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through sex.
You think it's not the same?
Men attach through sex as well. I understand that she's talking about a particular hormone. I forget the name of it. That is released during sex. Is released for both men and women. More for women than men, but still men and women. Sex is a bonding time for both men and women.
Same. Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking.
No, we are though, right? You're saying this is only about women. You're not saying that both men and women should have the same standard because you think that there's a double standard there for no other reason, even though the statistics say that sleeping around for both parties is just as bad.
Talking about women,
but
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either. But I don't think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on, you keep saying let's talk about women, and I just want to say,
oxytocin. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
If there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants, but if men are on antidepressants in the same trajectory, then that would imply that it doesn't have to do with anything to do with women being promiscuous. It's more of a societal thing that affects both genders equally.
Well, it could be money in general, since we have an issue with the middle class.
Yeah. Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
If men and women are both on antidepressants at the same rate,
I'm on uncle depressants.
That would suggest something on a larger societal issue, and not because women are promiscuous. So I think that is worth bringing up.
I mean, you could argue a lot of societal issues have come from women being promiscuous.
Okay.
So, I mean,
like what? You don't think that societal issues there's any issues with men being promiscuous as well?
You could if 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago and everyone's on antidepressants, maybe it doesn't.
Antidepressants didn't exist back then.
Heidi Perfect 100 years ago?
Maybe it doesn't have good outcomes for women.
So her argument is we didn't have antidepressants 100 years ago. This doesn't make any sense. You also release oxytocin when you hug and kiss. Yeah, we have to stop doing those as well. Yeah.
Society was perfect 100 years ago when women were virgins.
I didn't say perfect, but there was more.
These things were better.
Intact families, which
the
I
life
think
expectancy.
Yeah, sure. And we also used to kill black people. We used to hang them. So I think that's not good. I could see why Pearl would disagree with that sentiment, because considering she thinks that slavery was exaggerated and whatnot. But hey, and she has friends with literal white supremacists. But
expectancy was like 50 back then. Just so you know.
I did not say. I don't know, what does that have to do with anything?
Well,
because it generally would show a less happy society.
Saying the quality of life. Things were better back then.
I said we had more intact families, which I think is.
That doesn't mean that things were better.
It's important.
It's important. It's not better.
Okay. Let's talk about where were we? We were talking about. We were on the topic of men wanting younger women.
Yeah.
Here, did I finish this clip?
I just learned a lot from them, so I'd love to hear this side.
Oh, this is the pay gap one. Sorry. Men
did Ethan always have an apple? I thought he had like a different.
Want younger women. We watched this whole clip, so I was just trying to basically apply it to your life if I can. It's like, so older men, when they have money, they have status, they're gonna want a younger and more virgin woman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, like I said, and this is anecdotal, this is very much me, but for me, the only time I wanted to fuck a virgin was when I was bad in bed. And considering a lot of these manosphere guys talk about how eating pussy is like gay and feminine, and about how women don't matter and that you shouldn't confide in women, I'm thinking that maybe these men are just deeply insecure. So
I have a...
Yeah, you saw my Goku video? Yeah, I'm halfway through the How Strong Is Goku video. Yeah.
Bit of a question, and I'm being honest here. Is it possible and you look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? And we can say that. We can put men into those categories.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're single essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Why? You're supposed to be getting married as young as possible. Wait, you're not even living by your own value of getting married as young as possible.
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like
too late for you, bro.
Almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
That is what she said.
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Correct. Yes, I would say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yeah.
Why? Like you're getting older, you should become more intelligent. There's value in that.
Yes,
more responsible.
In terms of the dating market, yes.
So do you think that, how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you'd be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own.
This is fucking below my... Okay. What he's saying is if the guy couldn't get a better woman, then he would be a loser. But this is confusing.
Okay, your own,
sure.
Metrics, low value.
Well, what are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be...
Who cares? I'm sure the same goes for men.
Be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
Why
do you want a virgin? It's weird.
I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
What?
No. How do you?
What do you mean?
Enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value.
Well, I don't really know how to answer that question.
But it is interesting, right? Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you who's a little bit older, not as fertile.
And you're also not a virgin, right?
You are not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages.
Yeah, you talk too much, apparently. That's
he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook.
Yeah,
either.
I don't.
It's true.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Why? Why wouldn't you want to be with the highest value guy ever?
Okay. What's your
like when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What value will I be settling on in my personal
what man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
And why don't you want a high value man? Why aren't you looking for that? I don't get that. Why wouldn't you look for the best? Why it seems like she has that just shows me that she's deeply insecure, which we already knew. Her mother used to like berate her for her weight, but which is terrible. Her mother shouldn't have done that, but that's why she has such a bad relationship with her body and herself and her own image.
I think that's a bit of a inappropriate like question, but
why is it an inappropriate question? Because she doesn't want to answer, because she feels stupid, because she feels dumb, because now she has to actually like admit that she finds herself to be valueless. That's sad. The sad thing, to have no confidence. It's funny that she'll drag women who say that they're 10 out of 10s, even if people don't think that they are. But those kind of women are confident, and they're going to be happier in their life. Whereas Pearl is sitting here with her fraying scarecrow hair, dressed up the best that she can look, which is incredible. Just trying not to cry on the camera because she's getting asked, what kind of a guy do you think will actually want to be with you and love you? And it's like really sad when you put it like that. When you recall the specifics of the situation, it's very sad. Pearl's like own relationship with herself is such a sad thing. Meanwhile, I'm looking like the Riz Master here. Look at me. I look so nice. I look real nice in this picture. 10 out of 10, guys. I look good. Look at me. I got my hair a little gray too. I think it's kind of hot. Incredible stuff. Incredible.
It's interesting because you spend like all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you put this analysis into use. Why is it?
Because the way you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous.
What kind of a guy do you think you're gonna get?
I think most women
how is it disingenuous?
I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why? Okay. What's the word disingenuous mean to you?
Why is it disingenuous? I'm analyzing your viability by your own metrics, which you do all day to other women and men. Why is that disingenuous?
I don't. Okay.
Come on. Was she like out of breath? I'm confused.
Like, I think it's fair to say, because we're talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own?
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
No. What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I wish I was a virgin. I should have waited.
No.
He's saying, what guy do you think's going to want to be with you based on your own standards?
No. I don't know what. Like, I don't.
She's getting so upset.
Most guys don't expect that in 2023, unfortunately.
Why is that unfortunate if guys don't even wait a minute. Excuse me.
Like, I don't, most guys don't expect that in 2023.
You're saying that men want virgin women, and now, now you're saying guys don't expect it, which means they don't seem to care as much, and it doesn't seem to be as much of a value. You just literally instantly toppled your own perspective that men desperately want virgins. Again, the only guys who want virgins are, I'm not trying to be rude. The only guys who want to fuck virgins are insecure losers. The only reason you'd want to fuck a virgin, unless you are also a virgin. But then, okay, let me not call you an insecure loser. That's a little mean. The only guys that want to fuck virgins are like insecure with themselves, and it's okay to be insecure sometimes. Okay, right? When I wanted to fuck virgins, I was bad in bed. That's okay. But realize that once you get better in bed, you don't want to sleep with virgins because they are bad in bed. It's not a good thing. So,
unfortunately, I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around is a bit silly.
Who's saying that? They're just asking you what kind of guy wants to be with you.
But I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
Who's saying that?
I think it's silly to say like
Pearl. I'm talking about you.
He was actually just saying that like a couple of partners isn't a bad idea to kind of explore around. But okay.
Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high.
So what kind of guy would want to be with you?
Yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing.
Wow, she hates herself. She believes, I think, too, that she's like so valueless. Wow. This is horrible. This is so funny that that women, she'll berate fat women for being valueless, but her mental health is at like an all-time low. She's like she's on antidepressants, I think, at this point. She talks so much about them. I think that she might be on them. That's so sad. What do you think her life is like? She gets off, she goes home, and she just like cries. I think she just goes home and cries. I think It's not funny. That's terrible. But like, it's so fucked up. But like, like how you're promoting this ideology that's just berating you and destroying your own mental health. I'd feel bad for you if you weren't the fucking problem. But now you're locked in because this is the only reason people like you, is because you make women feel the way you feel about yourself. That's your whole thing, is this perpetual fucking just mental health destroying machine. It's incredible. It's just so funny. It's so funny, like that. Like you're just. It's funny. Like you're so miserable. And you can't find love. And the first person you can't find love from is yourself. That's so mean. Oh, it's berate, not berate. Shut up. I like to add the D. Active, because you clearly like guys like. I think that's true. It seems like she was trying to hit on Destiny. I got that vibe. You know, I'm an empath, so I can sense these things better than the rest of you. And none of these people want to be with you. You know?
It's like you are working, you're in the foreground, you don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a cook.
Like, well, it was like less than a month ago that you said you were bad at cooking. So
okay, good. You're working towards it, but unfortunately,
the stream died. Did it? Oh, we'll take a break here for a second then. Did the stream die? We get a little bump. I'm gonna hit on Destiny. I got that. We good? Are we good? Okay, a little bit of a bump. Sorry.
As you age, those things are gonna bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
That's interesting. I agree. So what is the point of telling people that they're...
Because a lot of times we're like, we're lied to. We're not even told what men want.
Yeah, men don't just want young girls. So
being told that men want younger women is like crazy.
No, that's normal. Men want younger women than themselves. They don't want young girls. Okay, men are more complicated than their penises, and it's actually sexist to assert that men just think with their dicks. Sometimes we do, but it's also nice to be with a woman who is intelligent and introspective and goal-oriented and motivated, and somebody who will make an excellent mother. Right? So.
Even though that's
not true, by the way. That's not true, by the way.
Men don't want younger women. They want, okay, who's hotter? A 50-year-old is equally as hot as a 20-year-old.
I think to be absolutely honest, I'd probably be more into the 50-year-old. And to be absolutely clear, I would just say the 20-year-old if I actually found her more attractive, because me on like surface level finding a 50-year-old more or a 20-year-old more attractive than a 50-year-old means nothing. But like I think that probably a 50-year-old for me. I like big saggy titties. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But again, physical attractiveness, like, okay, let's say that we're just like, let's speak to the common man, right? And you generally look at a 20-year-old and generally look at a 50-year-old, and you would generally find the 20-year-old more attractive. Okay, well, now what if you are in a place that you want a kid? Which one would you rather be with? Probably the 50-year-old, right? Or to be the mother of a child. You would probably want that, or somebody more goal. It depends on your priority. I mean, if you are 50, you'd probably want to be with a 50-year-old, right? But we don't have to go that far. I think people generally want people in their own wheelhouse. Obviously, guys will hit 40 and maybe they'll be like, "Oh, what if I want a 18-year-old girl?" Like midlife crisis bullshit. But okay,
based on looks and nothing else.
So yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be.
Let's see.
But like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't.
All right, I'm gonna find a girl who's in her 50s, and then I'm gonna find a girl who's in her 20s. And we're going to vote on which one you would rather sleep with. So I found the girl in her 50s. This is Lucy Lawless here. This is Xena the Word Princess. And then I found a girl in her 20s. Girl right here. Which one would you rather be with, guys? Would you rather be with which girl? Is it Lucy Lawless, the 55-year-old woman? Or is it just Pearly Things, the 26-year-old? Which one has more... Which one do you think is more attractive? Just on face value, guys. I don't know. Just who is it, guys? What's your call? Now I don't know. Now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna keep the 26-year-old, and then I'm just gonna Google 50-year-old women. Okay, and we're just gonna clip and just tell, like, I would rather date every one of these 50-year-old women. All of them I would prefer to date over Pearl. Okay, incredible stuff. There we go. Incredible.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like, dude, come on,
a low value man.
A low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married.
Was that your mom tell you? Bro, I swear to God, her mom's like, you'd be lucky to get married, Pearl. And now Pearl's like, if I get married, I'd be fucking lucky. Yeah, you would be. But it's because you hate yourself so much. If you had some self-respect and you didn't disrespect women, you'd be able to find a nice beta cuck male that made a lot of money. Okay? You'd be able to find a nice guy. But the Pearl is the kind of girl who would literally have to date like a liberal, like feminist. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be rude, by the way, because there's nothing wrong with being a liberal, feminist, whatever. But she's not finding somebody who would be considered a stereotypical man. She's going to find the guy who's like a little shorter, who's a little nerdy, he's got glasses on, but he does good in like, whatever field he's in. And she'll still be arm candy to him. Because he'll think that she'll be his queen, and nothing will ever disrespect his queen. But the way that she talks is to advocate towards more traditional guys that are just like abusive assholes in the manosphere that like beat women and tell them to fucking deal with it or whatever.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I would feel very lucky. If I was married, I would feel.
So you'll take anything.
No, I won't take anything. It's a bit silly.
Your standards are quite low.
That's not what I said, but okay.
You said I'll be happy if I get.
No, I'm not describing Destiny. I'm describing a beta Destiny. Destiny is very alpha. Okay, I guess I don't know.
Get married. I don't. You know what I mean? Hey.
Yeah.
Anybody who marries me would be great.
I didn't say to anyone.
This is crazy.
How would you? So, where's your value as a woman? Would you say, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself like a 5.
A 5?
Wow, that's way too high, Pearl. Your value as a woman is a 5. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's fair. I think. I mean, based on your metric.
I'm just sorry. It's like a subtle. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's just a mean thing to say, you know. And it's just. I don't know. This is killing me.
I'm not saying one way or the other.
Oh,
so we're looking for.
I think I'm a 5. So.
Okay.
So you're saying that all men want to have sex with younger women. This is kind of interesting data, but are you aware that the MILF category is like the most popular? It was the #1 most searched term in 2018, MILF.
You know, it's interesting because I personally have been a very big preferrer of MILF stuff as well. You know, I look up, sometimes I like to look up those henty comics, and I like to look up the mature category with the big boobs and stuff, and that's probably an overshare, working on reducing those. But that's what I've been into, boy. I don't know what it is, man. Something about it. Something's activated in me. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, men like to have sex with older women.
But why is it the most searched for?
Yeah,
they're looking for MILFs, and when they watch porn.
Are you saying porn is the same thing as marriage and relationships?
You caught her though right there, right? No, it's not. But you're saying that men wanting to fuck 18-year-old girls is the same as marriage and relationships, and that's your fucking problem. Men are not looking for younger women for marriage and relationships. Not super young. They're looking for women younger than them, but in their age range. But you're saying that guys, you lose value after like 22 or 25, and you just become like less and less valuable because men just want to fuck young girls. But no, they don't. A 22-year-old is not going to make as good of a mother, generally speaking, as like a 30-year-old, right? You're usually older, more intelligent, probably make more money. You're just better when it comes to that. You might have saggy titties, but hey, nothing wrong with that. But like, she's not getting it. She doesn't understand.
You say men want to have sex with young girls. Why then are men when
younger
they're
women? When you say young girls, that's a bit.
No, you mean young girls, like not children, but like young girls. Like you think that men want to fuck 18 to 20-year-old girls? You said by your own OkCupid statistic that bullshit. That guys want to fuck 18-year-old girls, like basically children, but like legally allowed. But like you saying that like 40-year-old men want to fuck 18-year-olds? Not the case. It's just not the case. And it doesn't even matter if they do. Well, they might want to fuck them, but they don't want to marry them, right? These are guys going through like midlife crises. But you just said, oh, are you conflating porn to wanting to get married? You're conflating sex to wanting to get married as well. So you're a silly goose.
Okay, 22. I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay, young women, 22-year-olds. Why then are they going to Pornhub and looking up MILFs if they just want to, if they prefer? And this is the most.
Yeah, that would be like your sexual desire.
Wouldn't they be searching for like teen or something?
Yeah.
2018.
Barely legal is what they.
Yeah.
You know, men aren't that picky. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
I don't know how to answer this question. Men aren't picky.
What about picky?
So then why won't they date you? I'm sorry. That's a little mean. God damn.
It's about preference. They look for
okay, so I have a question. Why do you think like the number one, like they swipe right on younger women?
Men swipe right on everybody on Tinder. Also, I imagine that there's more younger women on Tinder. What do you want me to tell you? Most people on Tinder are there to fuck. And like it's mostly younger people in a younger generation. You used OkCupid statistics, which more older people are on OkCupid. But there are more younger girls on Tinder. What else are they going to swipe on? There's barely any fucking 40, 50-year-old girls. Most of it is younger people on those apps. Why do you think they swipe more on young girls? Because that's the fucking availability pool is so much higher for younger people on those apps. And I swipe around fucking everything, boy. I don't give a fuck. I'll put my dick in a... I was gonna say a dog, but I'm not Shane Dawson. I'm channeling it though, but I'm a fucking goblin right now. Anyway,
do you think it's equal an 18 or 22-year-old versus a 50-year-old woman in terms of looks?
That depends on what you're looking for. I mean, what about an 18-year-old's gonna be trash in bed? I'd rather fuck a 50-year-old woman.
No, I'm asking, do you think it's equal? Are you equally attracted to the average 55-year-old versus 22-year-old?
No, I would be more attracted to the average 55-year-old. Like, again, if I thought I was more attracted to a 22-year-old, I would just say that. I don't care. It doesn't prove anything because it's more than just like sexual attraction. But like, yes.
I would be more equally attracted to someone closer to my age where I am in life.
That's a fair answer, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I would
maybe
say
like minus 5 years.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, but younger typically.
You're not saying younger typically, Pearl. You're saying like 20 years old. You're just a liar.
Typically.
Not older.
Well, I mean, plus or minus 5.
It's interesting that you said that. It doesn't interest anybody. You're insane. I'm shitting. Shit is in my fucking head right now. My brains are coming out of my asshole and being replaced with shit. You're not saying men tend to prefer girls a little younger. You literally said before when it's like, oh, 40-year-old guys prefer 18-year-old girls. Wow, it's fucking crazy. No. Reasonable person says like men tend to prefer a little younger, women prefer a little older. There are extremes, but that's generally it. You're like, all guys prefer 18-year-olds because on OkCupid they set their preferences to 18 to their age. Like, holy fuck, I'm gonna vomit.
Younger,
plus or minus.
Younger, right?
Plus or minus 5 years.
Okay, you said younger first, but
I'm telling you, plus or minus.
Okay.
It's not even a dunk on you, Ethan. So don't backpedal that one.
There's no take backsies.
Okay.
No take backs. You said younger. Yeah, but so how do you explain that?
Most women want to date 5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
So then why are you sitting here saying that men want girls 20 years younger than them? All of a sudden she's become a normal person now that she's getting pushed so hard. So this proves she's lying about everything that she's saying. She doesn't believe anything that she's saying. Most guys prefer 5 years younger. Then why do you keep saying that guys want a girl that's like 18 years old when they're 40? Because you're a fucking liar. Pearl just like proves that she's a fucking grifting liar.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the most search category?
Guys like to watch, a hot mom have sex. Yeah.
More than a young girl have sex, apparently.
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the ones that, I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats, but I'm just telling you based on search that people are looking up MILF way more than teen and stuff like that. So that is interesting.
Okay. Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
Yeah, actually, maybe. I don't think that you should get married that young. I think getting married that young will probably be a mistake. I could be wrong. I mean, if I said what age, I'd say around 25 to 30, maybe like 28-ish is a good year to get married for a girl. Could be wrong. I mean, you do it's your life, but I wouldn't. She keeps using these extremes while saying that we shouldn't use extreme examples. This is incredible stuff.
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things.
Okay.
I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like 21 or 18 or something. I don't remember.
Well, nobody should be getting married under 18. So
that kind of disproves your thesis, doesn't it? If younger women are getting divorced,
I would say overall younger is better than older.
But if younger women are getting divorced more, and you're
the youngest.
Yeah, no, but they shouldn't be able to get divorced. You don't understand, Ethan. It's a whole system. She's better to get married young, and then you are not allowed to get divorced. No takesies, backsies. Remember?
It's not younger.
As we just established before, that's one of Pearl's golden rules.
But we also wait to get married. The average age of first marriage in the UK is like 31.
Yeah, but our life expectancy is like double what it was, so it's not really a fair
but that
comparison.
doesn't change. It doesn't change biology. Like so. So when it comes to children, like women are still the most fertile when they're younger. So I mean, we can have a cultural shift.
So are you saying that we should? What age are women most fertile? It says a woman's peak reproductive years are between the late teens and the late 20s. It's by 30 it starts to decline. So I would say that, like, yeah, you know, maybe try to have kids within that, like, you know, before 30 is not a bad idea. You know, do you. But I don't think you need to start popping out babies at fucking 17. Seems a little aggressive.
But that doesn't change your biology.
Okay.
Well, we have a scientific shift too. We have methods of making it easier for older women to have babies.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like the cultural shift is
you're talking
matching
about
the scientific.
You're talking
IVF,
about.
it's not just IVF. There's fertility treatments you can get. I've done it with my wife. It's less invasive. It's like taking hormones and stuff. And so the science.
I can pull up the numbers, but the majority of IVF fails.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so the individual IVF treatment might fail, but that's why you do multiple rounds of IVF treatment. So you can just instantly be, oh, that makes sense.
Especially over a certain age. I can pull it up. So I think it's expensive too. It's like the average IVF is like $30,000.
Yeah, most fertility treatments isn't IVF. There's less invasive, less impactful, less expensive things that you can do that are really effective.
Right. I mean,
so the percentage of births in IVF is actually 55.6%. So this is under the age of 35, of course, but we're talking about the age of 35. Okay. And then, like, here's the thing. You could do multiple rounds of IVF treatment. It's incredible stuff. IVF, I think, is in vitro fertilization. So, you know.
But again, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a bunch of fertility treatment.
Oh my God, maybe that's why people are on antidepressants and so miserable, because they don't make enough fucking money to live, Pearl. What if you focus on that instead, especially since considering men usually have the burden of having to work more and make more money? That would be a male issue, an issue that more disproportionately highly impacts men. Incredible stuff. Shitting and coming and farting my pants right now.
Okay.
Like, I think that's easy for you to do, right? You're in a great position.
It should be free. I agree.
But no, you know, I don't think that.
No, you don't think
you should pay for other people's decisions. You know, I think if you want to make that decision, you should pay for it. But I just think that's an easy thing for you to say.
Then how do you reduce the cost of it? Oh, well, you could fix the healthcare system. What is your solution? What's your solution, Pearl?
Hey, when you're in, like, you do such great numbers. I'm sure you do really well income wise.
Yeah, so do you. And yet you talk about how women aren't, like, there's nothing wrong with women, and women are being treated fine nowadays, even though you're a rich white girl that admitted to fraud on the live. So
thank you for saying that. We shouldn't pay for what other people do. Should we pay for prisoners, or should we execute them all?
Those are my only options.
Well, we shouldn't pay
for pay for prison or execute them.
Well, okay.
Oh, what's your option then?
Right, that's extreme.
The two?
What's the
in
last
a sense,
one?
though, I'm trying to make it like some.
What should you do then?
What?
That's a tough question.
Well, prisoners cost on average like $30,000 a year.
I thought it was $88,000 a year. Oh, what's it? Okay.
The average prisoner.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or even more now, probably like
significantly more. I think it's like close to 70,000 or something like that.
70,000.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up. So
that's
we have the right
crazy. Because the IVF is obviously way.
In-state prisons, New York spends an average. Well, this is New York, $115,000 per year to incarcerate one person. That's incredible. That's why we shouldn't be sending homeless people or drug addicts to prison. It's too expensive.
Cheaper than that.
But also part of that comes in with, like, the jobs that are created through that. So.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do about them?
To execute or put them in
or what else? I mean, what would you do with prisoners? We're spending $45,000 a year. What do we do with them?
Yeah, the average is it looks like 45,000.
45,000. IVF probably costs like 10,000.
I mean, what are they in prison for? I don't know much about.
The point is, you don't think that we should pay for anybody else's shit, so that's what we're saying.
Different, topic.
Yeah, prisoners get free healthcare. Yeah, maybe we should all go to prison, huh?
But I do think we should execute.
Well, they're
rapists.
all costing us the same amount of money, 45,000.
We can execute.
You shouldn't execute rapists. Again, if you execute rapists, you're going to see a lot more dead rape victims. It's not fun to hear, but if you execute rapists, if you execute child molesters, you're going to see more dead children and more dead rapists. I would like to execute them, but the outcome of the victim matters a lot as well. So there's something to keep in mind, because they're just going to rape people and kill them so that they won't say anything if you decide to make the death penalty for that kind of stuff.
And murderers. Yeah, we can. The rest, I don't really know. I don't have a strong opinion.
Well,
but
IVF
in general, but I
guess
prison would make a bit more sense because you want a safe society. So that's something everybody
Yeah, you know what else contributes to a safe society? Everybody having healthcare. It makes it easier to flex to different jobs if you're not being treated well, because you don't have to be dependent onto that healthcare.
Benefits from, but I don't benefit if Susie down the streets waits till she's 35 to get married.
But then her family will be stronger. She's less likely to get divorced.
Plus, she's producing kids so that they can grow up to get a job and pay taxes and support you when you get older. Because of our robust welfare programs, we need to make sure we have a younger population.
The kids will grow up in a stable household.
I mean, or she could do that when she's younger. Like again,
but she just didn't.
Right, but that's not how it works.
How freedom works. We're just free to do what we want.
And you know that. You look at the stats. Younger people are more likely to get divorced. Young people don't make as much money. Younger people have less time to spend.
What do you mean by young? So like I think the stat I saw
of 12. What do you?
I was under the age of 21.
That's young.
But it's like above that, the divorce rate's very similar.
Do you think women under 21 should get married?
If they want.
Yeah, if they want to.
I wouldn't generally advocate for it.
I think, people, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but I think more time you can spend with a husband rather than just like out on the dating market. I think that's better. I think less experience is better.
So 48% of those who marry before the age of 18 are likely to divorce in 10 years compared to 25% of those who marry after the age of 25. So apparently getting married after the age of 25 is better. Okay, 25, 44, 60% of couples married between ages 20 and 25 will end in divorce. So it seems like getting married over 25 is more optimal for longevity in a marriage. So cool beans.
So here's an interesting analysis regarding men wanting to sleep with younger women.
The top.
So I've been trying to source that figure.
It's from OkCupid.
How old is Abella Danger? How old is she?
Who the fuck is that, a porn star?
How old is Abba?
She's 27.
27. That's pretty old in your world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lana Rhodes, Riley Reid. Yeah, but that's not a MILF.
No.
Well, you could be a MILF if you have a kid, but
I think, and for us, it's like 18 to 28.
Lana Rhodes is
26.
26. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, the most searched.
But like 18 to 28.
Just because they're the most popular doesn't mean it's the most popular category.
Also, their 26 is over the hill, right?
I got the top categories I have is ebony, lesbian, threesome.
I don't see any 20.
Maybe this is stuff you like.
2-year-old head large mainstream porn stars.
I mean, 22 versus 26. It's not that. Like we say 18.
You're saying that you significantly fall off in value. So.
And 28 is a woman's peak.
20. What is the woman's peak?
Between 18 and 28. I mean, 28? It slowly declines after like 22 or 23. It's slow.
So then
slowly declines, but
then you decline after 28. The only value you're talking about is that they just get older. That's it. That's all your metric says.
18 to 28 is
and peak as in what? What does peak mean?
Peak like looks wise.
Okay, looks wise.
No, sure. Who cares?
So I've been trying.
Men also get uglier as they age as well. So but they're considered more attractive because they have more money. Right. And see, this is the interesting thing about Pearl is that when it comes to women, they're only as good as how good they look. But when it comes to men, everything else is a factor. So
this claim that men between ages 20 and 80 want to have sex with 22-year-olds, I haven't been able to find any
it's not real.
source for that. The only source I've been able to find is from this book.
Can we put the prisoners to work?
Say what?
Can we put the prisoners to work?
Then that takes away jobs from people who weren't going to prison because they get paid, first of all, under the amount that they're supposed to get paid. Drastically, like 8 cents an hour, and then it also takes jobs away from Americans. It's actually a form of modern day slavery that not only like negatively impacts the people who are working in the prison system, but also takes jobs away from hardworking Americans that need work. So again, keep going.
They already do. Yeah, they
That's
do.
Exactly
they're slaves already. They work for like 10 cents an hour.
Yeah, but only
to profit private corporations. By the way, it doesn't benefit you at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a good system.
You seem very knowledgeable in the prison system. I wouldn't call myself a prison expert.
Yeah, and that's fair. We don't need to. No. I don't expect you to be. So, in terms of sourcing, this claim that old men want to have sex with, not old men, all men want to have sex with 22-year-olds around that age. The only source for that I could find.
They find that the most attractive.
No, they don't. They have it set to their preferences on OkCupid.
The only source for that I could find was a book called.
Can you look up what's the?
She won't stop talking.
The way that these numbers are sourced is pretty poor, so it's not really that high quality of a source. But
shit,
I'll read you the results. It does say that men 20 to 50 find 23-year-olds most attractive, but in the same study it says, but women that men find they're most interested in are women of their similar age.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
But they found the 23-year-olds the most attractive.
But
that's physically attractive. It doesn't mean that they are overall more attractive when you take everything into consideration or what their most interest lies in.
Not the most.
How did they source interested in and desirable?
OkCupid statistics.
I think it
how
means...
did they just ask them?
The whole study.
It wasn't even really a study. This was a book. And I'm sorry if this isn't what you got your statistics.
It is, because she references a specific book that uses OkCupid statistics
from, but it was the closest thing that we could find to the stats that you were laying out. And it did, again, it has shown that 20 to 50 men, when asked who they find the most attractive, the answers generally fall in that range, 20 to 23.
Oh, that's not what.
However, this wasn't really a study. This was a book by the CEO of OkCupid.
Oh, there you go.
And he was basing all of this off of analyzing the raw data from OkCupid.
So like that's not even the statistic, isn't even what they find most attractive. It's what they put their age range to preference-wise is not the same as finding the most attractive. Keeping those options open, all right?
And this was in 2014. So
especially if you're on OkCupid and you're older, you're probably just looking to fuck. All right, listen, I'm just saying. If I was like 40 on OkCupid, I'd probably just looking to fucking slam hams. You know what I mean?
A decade ago.
But they're most.
So maybe you want to fuck a 20-year-old at 40 just for another fling. See if you still got the old team spirit in you. I don't know.
Right, and they found the same conclusion that Ethan just pointed out, that though they may find younger women more attractive, who they are interested in dating falls generally much closer to their own age.
But if you have a better source on that, I'd love to hear it, because we look.
Even if you look at dating app data, like what? Because it all starts with
looks
what this
for
is.
Men. This is dating.
But I'm saying it starts with looks.
I gotta keep talking over you so that you can't make me look stupid.
Looks for men, you're not going to get in the door unless you look a certain way.
That's the same thing for women. What?
Yeah,
so I mean, there's some older women that that look good enough to get into the door, but it starts with swiping, and that starts with looks. So if they find the 22-year-olds the most attractive, that's what you need to get in the door first.
No, men will just swipe on everything. You're just not correct.
It's not to say that every woman over the age of 30 or 35 is like done for completely, but it's going to be a lot harder. And I think it's dishonest to say it's going to be equally as easy to date when you're 35 versus 22.
No, it's not going to be. That's never what you brought up. You're simply just saying women are become valueless after a certain age. And what we're saying is no, they don't. If you're 35 and you've been married for 10 years, you're not valueless. You constantly change the argument.
Yeah, I didn't say that. You're saying men.
Men tend to, in general, like younger women.
First of all, again, that statistic doesn't prove that. Second of all, thinking that there might be more physically attractive isn't the same as liking them more.
But
find younger women more attractive.
But I don't think it's accurate.
Right, but it starts. But everything starts. But men, it starts with looks. So
no, see, she says what she's saying is that no, it's just not accurate. A guy might look at a 20-year-old and go, oh, she's cute, I'd fuck her. But then he'll look at a 30-year-old and go like, oh, she's also cute, maybe not as cute, but go, oh, I would be with her because she'll provide me, she's not a dumb 20-year-old. I mean, men care about these things. Oh, so
you don't get into the door unless you look a certain way.
Well, that's why
I think you're making a big generalization about.
What do you live in a forest, Pearl?
Not all men.
Okay, do you disagree with that? You don't think it starts?
I think a lot of men have a lot of different preferences.
Yes, things start with looks, and if you look 20, you're less appealing to a guy from a non-sexual capacity if he's older. If he wants to be an actual functioning person. If he's 30 years old dating 18-year-olds, like unironically dating, you want to fuck, whatever, I don't care. If you're dating 18-year-olds at 30, that guy's probably really trying to work on his music career or something. I don't know. I don't know why you would be interested. You must be a fucking loser. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Or so rich you just want fertile 18-year-olds to fuck for money exchange. I don't really know, but most people aren't thinking like that.
And I think a lot of men's consideration of what attractive has a huge variance as well.
True, that's true. That's also true.
So when you say good looks get you in the door, I mean attraction is pretty subjective, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think that it starts with looks for men.
Yeah. And looks is pretty subjective.
I would say,
sure.
No, I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
It is subjective.
Beauty is objective.
Based on what?
That's an interesting take.
Men tend to find general things similarly attractive, for sure. That's how we have beauty standards. But again, age will be a factor in both directions. If you see an older woman and you're an older guy, you're probably going to be more likely to date them if you're relationship oriented and not just looking for sex.
Okay.
Based on what?
I would say dating app data.
Which ones?
I don't know off the top of my head, Ethan.
This one from OkCupid said men are most interested in men of their own age.
Or women.
It said women. They find women the most attractive at 22.
But they're most interested in the ones their age. She's
23.
She just can't cope.
My argument.
They don't want to date them though. They don't want to date them.
They find them more attractive.
Your argument is wrong, and you're stupid, Pearl.
Just don't let me finish. Is my argument is you need looks to get in the door.
But they're more interested in the ones that are older, which means that based on that, you're wrong. And they probably still look good even though they're older.
So, like,
what does that have to do with being 22?
Why not the most attractive? Men tend to find younger women more attractive.
I think you have a really.
I think it's like dishonest to say.
She's so dumb.
Do you really think it's equally as easy to date for a woman at 35 versus 22?
Again, nobody.
This is just such an extreme example.
We said that.
Yeah,
okay.
They're just saying people then they're interested in girls around their age, maybe a little younger, not children.
Okay. Do you think it's harder for the 35-year-old in general?
I think there's less options as you get older.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
For men too. For men too.
And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for both.
Yeah, but do you think it's equal? Do you think men have less options equally as much as women?
No, men would have more options because women prefer older men. So a 35-year-old man would be seen as more desirable by with probably like that 30, maybe 28 to 30 range, whereas a 35-year-old woman would be more attracted, would be more likely to find like a 40-year-old guy. And so like it's easier, the older you get, the harder it is. But since men like younger women and women like older men slightly, it's easier for men. That doesn't prove anything.
As they get older?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows?
No, I'm asking your opinion.
You're asking my opinion? My opinion is that it's probably similar. Probably similar.
If women, yeah, see, I disagree because I saw a different dating app that I saw a different. I think it was either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish. I can't remember.
The best sources to go for stable relationships.
Remember which one, but it was like the most swiped right on age for women was 18, and the most swiped right on age.
Well,
for
that's
men
just
was
volume, dude. I mean, there's way more younger 50. People on dating apps than older.
Yeah,
people. Like if you look at age distribution, it'd be a vast majority of younger people.
Well, and when they asked men,
instantly she was decimated on her point because that's true, and now she just like moves on and pretends like it never happened.
The age they preferred to date, I think it was like 5 to 7, like 5 years younger was the average. In women, it was 5 to 7 years older.
That doesn't say anything. That doesn't mean anything. You're not making, but this is the thing, is that what she just said now disagrees with what she said 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago, all men prefer 18 or 20-year-old girls. Now, guys like girls 5 years younger than them. She's not having a stable, consistent thought.
So even if we just go off of women's preferences, like men would have more options when they get older because women want older men. Yes, that's true.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't prove anything that you're saying is correct.
That's all you're just saying stuff. I mean, you're just saying
she's not wrong, but she's an idiot.
I don't think any of that.
She's not wrong, but it doesn't prove her right in her original assertion. It just proves her wrong.
It's necessarily true.
I mean, I could find it. I mean, I don't have like a team like you guys have.
Yes, you do. What are you talking about? Yes, you have it. You talk about how I have 20 black people employed for me. I'm a good person. Oh, look at me. I have 20. Like she literally talks about her employees as if they're fucking like social currency. Look, I'm such a good person for hiring so many black people. I'm one of the good ones, guys. By the way, I don't think that there's any level of oppression associated with that. Stop exaggerating about slavery. I own 20 black people, guys. I'm a good person. What are you talking about? Sorry, I went off on a little bit of a tangent. I don't own any people. This is me cosplaying as Pearl. And we look about the same level of... We have our tits are the same. Well, mine are actually bigger, frankly. I think my body looks a little nicer, too. Anyway, a little more curvaceous, I would say. I could probably twerk better. The point I'm making here, guys, is I don't even know where I went. I just fucking spiraled.
This stuff all the time on your show, so I would expect you to be.
You have like 20 people.
I mean, it just depends on like sometimes you forget which one.
Sure.
Considering this is all you talk about, you should have a better understanding of what you're talking about. There's absolutely no way.
Want to name a couple it could be from?
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Rolo, send it to me, please.
Did you know that the number 5 porn star of all time is Lisa Ann? She's 51 years old.
Incredible stuff. There's like this Asian porn star. She's got big boobs. Her name is like Hitomi or something. I don't really know. You guys know who I'm talking about? Asian big boob porn star. What's her name? Let's see if I can find her name. It's important. I don't know. I'll try to find it for you guys.
Brandy Love is number 8. She's 50.
You know what I'm talking about?
They like MILFs, man.
It's true.
Men like MILFs. They like experienced women that know what they're doing. They like true. Men like that.
Do you think that men want that for relationships?
Yes, men would prefer good sex. That's her question is, do you think that men want good sex in relationships.
No, I actually think that they want really, really shitty sex all the time. That makes the most sense to me.
You think men want to date a child for relationships because they're more attractive?
I think men prefer younger women in general.
Yes, 5 years younger, not children. Oh, it is Hitomi. Damn. This is who I was talking about.
Woo! Relationships.
Yes.
That's just. I'm sorry, but that's not even backed up by your own data.
I gotta
men are more younger than them typically.
Yeah.
Younger than them is not the same as young girls. Holy fuck,
younger than them. That's a different. That's not men want to date 22-year-olds. A 50-year-old.
They're the most attracted to 22-year-olds.
Oh my god, she's such a dumb fucking child.
Yeah, but it doesn't just get you in the door. That's just step one.
You're saying different things. In this culture,
true.
If a man is walking around with a 22-year-old, people are going to think that's weird. People think it's weird. 2 out of the 5.
It says 2 out of the 5 top porn stars in Pornhub are 23 and under, and all of the people that you're listing started.
2 out of the top 5. That means that the rest of them are old and 23. No,
young.
So they're old now.
Yeah, they built their fan base.
Okay,
I don't think it really works that way.
But they're old. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be hot.
I don't think it works that way. You guys are in media. You know damn well that you build a fan base.
Bro, what do you think? They're YouTubers. They're not doing Minecraft Let's Play. They're naked.
Come on.
Maybe somebody should do Minecraft Let's Plays on the.
I don't find that analysis very interesting, and apparently you don't either. Because
Sweetie Fox 22.
Oh my god, this is so.
Yeah, there's porn stars who are 22.
Yeah, of course.
The majority are younger.
Okay.
Yeah, but not the popular ones.
The most popular ones are younger. Most popular ones are younger.
They're like in late 20s, you know.
My dog's barking. 1 second.
My dogs are barking too. That's why I'm sitting down.
Right.
I want to ask you.
The number 1 porn star is 23.
Right, cool. Let's move on.
It's either.
Pearl doesn't even agree with her point. Let's just move on.
Let me see. It's Eva.
Who's the number 1?
It says,
I just don't think it really.
The number 1
porn
porn star on Pornhub is 23.
Who?
Eva Elfie is 23.
She's not number 1.
What I'm saying is number 1.
But even if that's true, I don't think that refutes anything. I mean, it's possible that number 1 is 23. But she's not number 1.
You just said it. You just said it refuted it if the number 1 search was MILFs.
Right. Well, it counters your argument. Okay, let's move on. There's just arguments in circles here. I want to talk about this a little bit more. Higher body count doesn't.
They said the 2018 poll, citing a 2018 poll, and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
Okay.
The MILF drops, but it's
citing a 2018 poll, and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
It's top 5 most searched. Number 1 in UK, Southern Asia, Canada,
Netherlands. That it was 2018. All right. It's an older one.
Let's get to the next one, I guess.
This year in the UK, Southern Asia, Canada, and Netherlands.
Yeah.
And it was in the top 5 most searched for terms in Paris, Italy, Mexico, Spain.
But whatever, who cares? Let's move on.
Yeah,
I disagree. Listen, I disagree. There's not a lot of data on this. Like, there's really no data to make a conclusion. So
the original point was just to show that men are attracted to older women, and we've already proved that men are attracted to women that are within their own age range, not fucking children. So,
and I just don't think it's fair for when you talk about these things to say, "Oh, science says this." Data shows this, but there's no data that shows any of that.
I got data.
It's just, again,
balls.
You feel that way.
It's cold.
We just talked about that men find 22-year-olds the most attractive.
Yeah, but not the most.
And then you followed up by saying men are into girls 5 years younger than them. So please just shut the fuck up.
You can interpret the data differently than me. That's fine.
Well, you're just an idiot and you don't believe what you're saying.
It's not really data. That was some random blog from a book.
I mean, there's also dating app data, and then you guys interpret it differently than me. We can interpret it differently.
No, you're wrong. What you do is you take a bit of information and then you weaponize it. You don't agree with your own point. You literally keep saying men prefer girls 5 years younger than them, and they're saying guys might be attracted to 20-year-olds, but they prefer men in their own age. And you're like, no, they're actually the most attractive. How do you get in the door? And they're like, well, no, they want to date people 5 years younger than them on average. Well, yeah, but and then she has nothing to say. She's an idiot. She's going in circles. She just refuses to be wrong. But you look so stupid right now.
And you could come to one conclusion.
Let's agree to disagree on this one. So tell me, we didn't really get to flesh this out, but I find this topic interesting. Why is a woman with a high body count, and high, I guess, is like 10 plus? What is high?
Well, it depends. Depends what guys you ask. You know.
In your opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, I really think it's best to be a virgin when you get married. So.
Yeah, it's not. It's just stupid. Okay.
I didn't do that. I wish I did, but
no, you don't.
I think it's best.
You wish anybody would fuck you right now, and they won't.
Be a virgin.
Okay, but like, what would you consider a high body count, if in general, when men are looking, considering such a thing?
It seems like
I would say like 10 plus, pretty high, right?
The body count studies that I've seen, it drops around like 5 to 7.
5 to 7. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
so what is inherently less desirable about a woman with 5 to 7 partners?
So you could argue that they might have more STDs and that they might have a bigger difficulty in like creating a bond or bad judgment. I guess I wouldn't. I don't care. I would date somebody with 5 to 7 bodies. I don't give a shit. Like, who really cares? Why wouldn't I'm married?
What value does that bring to a guy?
Who cares? It's like the number of penises in a girl isn't going to make her less good in bed. It's going to make her more good in bed. Okay, so who gives a shit? What value? How does value decrease? It's fine to not like a high body count, but it's the same for men and women.
Well, it's neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I just think
I asked you what devalues it, not what values it.
What devalues it? I think that you have more exes to compare your current partner to.
Oh, so it's insecurity.
That's funny.
So you would be insecure.
If you want to label it that way, but
you could. So what Pearl, I think, is trying to say that like since the girl's been with more guys, she has more guys to compare him to the other guy to, so he has to be afraid. Okay, so that guy would hopefully, that's the point. So she's trying to make it seem like this very like, oh my God, that's how life works. You go and you date somebody, you realize what you liked and what you disliked, and then you try to find somebody that is more about that's closer to being compatible with you. That's it. The way she frames is like this is super crazy toxic thing. It's just about finding somebody that's more compatible with you. It's not that deep. That's the entire situation. So having more, oh, you've been with more boyfriends, so that means that there's more people to compare you to. Okay, good. What you're saying is you want women to be ignorant so that they don't realize they don't like the guy? I'm just confused. This doesn't even make sense.
But it's like, why would you want someone with more exes?
You don't have to want somebody with more. You can have a preference, but it's the same for both men and women.
5 to 7 sexual partners means that there's too much to compare me to, and therefore you might think that I'm inadequate because you've had better partners.
Well, it's also like the rate. Women are happier when they're virgins on their wedding day. So
that's probably not. That statistic says men are the same. So
that is just something you said.
No, look. I mean, you can look up the studies on body count. Again.
Okay. Yeah. The studies say that both men and women are happier with lower body counts.
We can fact check that. It just seems like something you just...
And they don't really take into consideration like different spheres that they're in. Some of them might be in more religious spheres. They like report happier, right? So, but still, like it's both men and women are the same.
Say.
It's like from the Family Institute, something in Family Institute.
Okay.
Okay, but so while we look that up, let's say what? So women are happier. But
the more sexual partners a woman has, the less happy she tends to be.
But I'm asking you,
married.
what is less attractive? Because you talk about men are looking for women who have had less sexual partners. So what is less attractive? What makes them less attractive?
What makes them less attractive? Men don't want hoes.
My wife said, of course, because they're excited to finally get dick. There you go.
Men don't want women that have slept with multiple people.
We're talking about.
I don't think men that cared that much. I feel like if you're a man that was like really like if there's a girl that has like 20 bodies or whatever, that I get it. Same thing with men. But like a girl having a few bodies on her, like that shouldn't upset you unless you're insecure about not being able to scale up. On a scale of 1 to 10, how's Pearl's posture been? Very bad. No guy's going to want to be with her the way that she's slouching. She looks like a man. She's sitting the same way I am. It's disgusting. Like, that makes sense. And Pearl is like, I would prefer a person that's more sexually disciplined. That's fine. As long as you put that on yourself as well. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But, like, me personally, I'm a dog. I'll fuck. I don't give a shit. I really don't care. Like, I would just fucking date somebody and fuck them. And then, you know, I'm married, so I wouldn't do this. But if everything was fine, I would. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter. Women, like, the problem is that this is a real thing. But like, when I have sex with women, they fall in love with me because I'm good in bed. I have sex with women. I go on dates with them. They enjoy their time with me. If they don't, like, we just won't hang out again. But if they enjoy their time with me and they want to have sex with me, if you enjoy yourself with me on a date and you want to have sex with me, they fall in love with me because I'm good in bed. Obviously, we had chemistry going into it before because I would take a girl on a date. Excuse me. Before we would have sex. I just choked a little bit. We would have a good day before we had sex. I didn't even always fuck on the first date. Usually, maybe it depends, and they would fall in love with me because I give them good dick. It's very easy to satisfy women. Like you just have to care about them like on a very small marginal scale. Make them come and they're happy. It's not hard to do. We like to pretend it's like I made a girl come before. Like it's easy if you care about somebody like on like just slightly, you can make them orgasm. It's not that hard. We talk about it like there's this mythology to finding the clitoris and the G spot, and it's like really, it's just normal human anatomy. It's true though. It's the truth. It's not that hard. So just have better game. If a girl half after Applebee's is fucking a Rizmaster 5000. Listen, I was a man making like a decent amount of money. I wasn't making a lot. I was making enough money. So girls are like, that's good. He has a nice voice. He's tall. He speaks well. He asks me how I am. That's it. It's all it takes, dude. Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, it's not that fucking difficult. It really isn't. You just got to practice.
5 to 7 partners. Why don't men want hoes?
Do you want a woman with a lot of bodies?
5 to 7, I don't consider. I think that's totally like.
Well, I think most men would, pray for that nowadays. But
why would most? So wait, you said that most men want virgins, and now you're saying most men would pray for that. You're not even consistent in your own thought. You're an idiot.
But
what do you mean most men would pray for it? Because the number I looked up is 10% of women there's only 10% of women in the United States have more than 15 partners. The average number is 4.2.
Okay.
Did that?
Maybe they're underreporting, guys.
That study was for women. It included older women too, though, didn't
25
it?
to 44.
Who cares?
Yeah, that's
none of this matters.
Yeah, I just think it would probably be more accurate if you kept women under like 35. But
yeah, we should just kill all women over 35. That's what I'm hearing. Just kidding.
So what makes a hoe? What does this hoe mean?
I mean, it depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you clearly.
What do I think?
The study from the Family Institute, she's talking about the divorce rate and happiness, I think, for one partner is the same for 11 plus. Is it? I don't know about that.
I mean, from a historical perspective, really a virgin. Like, I think you should be a virgin on your wedding day.
Well, then you're dumb.
Okay.
That's again.
Imagine that you're a virgin on your wedding day and the sex is terrible and you have to be with that person for the rest of your life. It's incredible.
But what's that have to do with men being attracted? You said men don't want to date hoes. I just want to unpack that.
Mm-hmm.
Men don't want to date hoes.
I mean, generally a hoe that's fucking around with weight. There's one thing is listen, I wouldn't want to date a girl who liked casual sex. That's not something I'm into. I would date a girl who was like a serial monogamist because that's what I used to do. I used to fuck around, until I became a polygamist, right? And now I'm a devout Catholic, Roman Catholic, very loyal to my wife. Now I am I'm wife sexual. Okay, that's it. That's all it is. My wife's coming out. She's gonna hurt me. We're safe. We're safe, guys. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's gonna jump in anytime and smack me. Anyway, what point was I making? Fuck. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be with a girl who was trying to fuck like constantly just go out and have casual sex because I just think that's kind of gross. But like a girl who was like dating around a little bit and sleeping around a little, I think that's fine as long as they were capable of short-term relationships, because then that's how you turn it into a long-term relationship. All right, so
I don't know what that means, if I can be totally honest with you.
Men would prefer a woman with less sexual experience than more.
Incorrect. Losers would prefer that. Men want more sexual experience. I do. I want to have good sex. If you don't want good sex, then you're just bad in bed. It's like, grow up.
Oh, less? Well, so I gotta disagree with you. I just don't think that's true. I don't think men care. I don't think men care how many sexual partners their women have had.
They do. I just don't think that she's contextualizing this correctly.
Unless it's like 100, but that's true of men. Men who have had 100 sexual partners are also pretty.
Do you think women care about Drake's body count?
Drake is a rich, famous celebrity. We're not. Most guys aren't Drake. Women would probably be more likely to put up with a guy with 100 bodies that made millions of dollars a year versus the guy with 100 bodies that made thousands of dollars a year, right? So the average guy will be considered gross for having the same body count as a rich person, but since you're rich, there's obviously different expectations there. More concessions.
Women want to sleep with Drake and like other celebrities. Do you think they care about their body count?
Are we talking about Drake? Or are we talking about general public? I mean, Drake's a celebrity.
But men aren't lining up to date like Lana Rhoades, Mia Khalifa, and like actually marry them.
You fucking crazy?
Dude, I'm sure there's plenty of people who would date them.
Are you crazy? Do you really believe that? Dude, men would. There's quite literally.
There are men that would literally give their life to do that.
You can't believe
there are men that would date porn stars. I don't know. I couldn't date like maybe not active porn stars, but after they've been finished, sure. And then just also women have a difficulty dating men that are porn stars too. So, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think the men with the most options, that's what they want to do?
Men with the most options want to do what?
Okay.
We're not talking about men with the most options. Are you talking about
average men? She keeps going so extreme. Was she like crying about extreme examples before?
Women with the most options when it comes to Drake? Or are you just talking about average fans?
I'm talking about Drake does not have a problem getting laid because of his body count. I would imagine that porn stars
porn stars are not going to have a problem getting laid either.
I would imagine
you know why? Because it's their job.
That porn stars would have a hard time getting into marriage with a.
Sorry, let me start this over. What she's
talking about Drake does not have a problem getting laid because of his body count.
Okay, Drake doesn't have a problem getting laid because of his body count. Now let's see what she says about women.
I would imagine that porn stars I would imagine that porn stars would have a hard time getting into marriage with.
Great. So that's two different things. First, right off the bat, you just can't construct a sentence correctly. I'm sure Drake wouldn't have a trouble having sex because of his body count or getting married. Doesn't mean that the marriage is going to be full of any love. Maybe they'll just be with him to take his money. I don't really know. It's one of the problems with like getting into a relationship after you've already made it. If you're like super rich, it's very easy for people to act like they love you, right? Which is why it's good. It's good to get a partner that you can grow with in a beautiful way, like an intertwining tree, like my wife and I. It's incredible stuff. But okay.
With a man that they respect and admire.
Aren't you the one that's always been like, let's not talk about fringe cases? What's the point of bringing up Drake? That's like the most extreme example. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, we could even go into like normal dating. I think
that's
it's silly.
more important. Yeah, let's do that.
There you go.
I just think it's silly to argue that men want to date women with high body count.
Nobody's arguing that. What Ethan is saying, men don't care. Men do care, but like what we're saying is men don't care about a few bodies on them. Men don't want virgins, and if you do, you're probably an insecure person, and it's okay. But just, be introspective. Realize why you're insecure.
No, they don't want to. I'm saying I don't think it matters, especially the number you gave me, 5 to 7.
Other,
yeah, 5 to 7.
Yeah,
I don't think men care about that in general. I just don't.
I mean, you could argue 15 to 20, 25.
Well, that's a lot higher. That's different. That shows a problem, right? Anybody who's had a sex with anybody over 20 is obviously a whore, right? Not me, ever. Would never do that. Disgusting. Women, blah. It's interesting, though. Yesterday, we went out to get some all-you-can-eat sushi with my wife and my wife's best friend who's visiting from England. And we got there, and I left to go get money, cash, because it was a cheaper cash price. And when I come back, I walk up and I go sit back to the table, and the table right next to us, my wife texts me. She says, such and such is sitting right next to us. And I look over, and she told me not to look, but I still did that. I was like, oh, shit. You'll never guess who it was, okay? I'm going to bring out the chart for this, okay? All right, let's see. This is my wife right here. This is my wonderful wife. Now, one of the people that was at the table was her ex, named Schmigler. I'm gonna and Schmigler, I don't know what that means, is dating Bungus. And Bungus is the sister of Lingus, who I've had sex with. So I slept with the sister of the girl that was with the guy that was the ex of my wife the other day, and it was just fucking crazy. It was crazy that it even happened. How fucking wild is that? I'm fucking wild. Thankfully, I slept with the more attractive twin sister. They're twin sisters. Sorry if you're watching this, Bingle, Mungus, whatever your name is. Sorry about that. You're nice looking too. It's a joke. Don't worry about it. Interesting enough, though, the guy. I don't want to get into more of this. Somebody watched. I get in so much trouble if they ever watch this. I'm just fucking around. But I noticed the trend of the girls that I dated because I was like, I was in like an open like relationship at the time, so I would just fuck around for a couple months and then I would move on. And like every woman that I've ever fucked with would find a guy that looked like me but uglier, and then they would. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just their type, but I'm sorry. That's not nice. They're all beautiful. The men. Cut that out, editor. I'm going to forget to cut that out.
I don't know exactly what point, but usually there is a point for most men.
Yeah. Sure. That's a reasonable perspective. You're not saying that. You're saying any woman with like a high body count or like a 5 body count is like undesirable. Men only want virgins. That's what you're saying. And then it's funny how she'd be like, men just want virgins. And then she'd be like, well, you know, men, well, maybe not. And then she becomes reasonable for a second. But it's like, that's not your argument.
Women, I mean, and women. I don't think women want to date someone who's like.
I just don't think it's equal.
Okay, cool. It's
because Drake.
Because of Drake, yeah.
No, not because of Drake.
Yeah. What about Josh?
We should remove like celebrity and outside kind of influences from this because that obviously creates unusual, fringe cases, which we don't like. We don't like to talk about those.
Yeah.
So then what about the abortion one?
I was
earlier?
just parodying you. I
thought you liked.
No, the abortion situation was very different because Ethan was specifically okay. We're gonna do a graph. This in case Pearl's watching, because I mean I wish I could use different colors. She might actually understand it a little more. I don't really know how to get colors to go onto here. But if I could, I would. Oh wait, I think I can. Can I do that? I don't know if I don't know how to get the colors, guys. This is terrible. Anyway, check this out. There is a thing in a group, and then there's generally like exceptions to that group. We'll represent with a small circle. What you're doing, Pearl, is you're arguing for the whole group here with the exception. So you're saying that this entire exception should be representative of the whole thing in your arguments. The abortion argument was just targeting the exception and saying, what about this? So that's the difference between the way that you guys were arguing the exceptions. You're trying to make it seem like the exception to the rule is the whole rule, whereas Ethan was just asking explicitly and specifically about the exception. That's how it's different, you silly goose.
I was just kidding. I was just joking, yeah.
I was just joking.
All right, one last thing. I see that we're getting exhausted here. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Drake's saying, I want a girl with a future and a past. Okay. That's a lyric of his. He wants an experienced girl. Even Drake's talking about in his damn lyrics.
Oh shit, I hate
Drake
that.
doesn't want a virgin.
You just said no celebrities. That's crazy how you just threw that out the window.
Don't worry, he's just saying truth. He's doing truth through funny guys.
So now
you don't want to talk about it. Drake wants a girl with a future and a past.
Oh, stop. His simp pandering music to women. He makes money off of that.
Whoa. Okay.
Women are like, come on.
Drake.
All right, let's talk about one last thing.
Like a creepy, probably. Yeah.
And I do thank you for being here. You know, it's combative, but I think it's a good conversation.
Is he gonna push her on the white supremacist shit?
I wanted to ask you about one last thing.
Is it Nick Fuentes?
This comment I thought was interesting, and tell me.
I guess not.
What you think about it?
She probably said that she wouldn't come on if they talked about it.
This sounds similar to the slavery
maybe not.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was, right? But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
The victim now. So here's the thing. This is a silly thing to say. It becomes complicated because like people this is what you could consider a dog whistle. I love that term. It's my least favorite term. I hate it because it's so hard to like prove, and I think it ended up generally hurting the conversation when you like just call things dog whistles. When it comes down to it, first and foremost, I think fundamentally everybody has gotten to a point nowadays where they become victims. Again, we talked about this earlier, but there are situations to acknowledge. Systemic systems are some of those different forms of oppression to acknowledge, which is good to acknowledge them because it helps give context in your life. It can make you feel better about some of the problems that you're struggling through. Then there is over-affirming that, which will turn into a victim complex where you start to filter everything through that and you blame everything in your life on that based on that one form of oppression. And then there's under-affirming, which is also bad. Right? In general, I think we're over-affirming everybody, whether it's a person of color or a gay person or women or everything. I think that we are creating a victim complex. That's not to say that there aren't forms of oppression associated with these. Of course there is. But there's a difference between acknowledging it productively and leaning into it to have a victim complex as an excuse for why you're failing in your life and can't do better. Generally, we need like systemic change, but some things you can try to pull yourself up, by your bootstraps with a little bit. You will do better if you try harder. And sometimes we get to this victim complex where people don't try at all, right? So that's the distinction I like to make. That being said, okay, when it comes to slavery, it's possible that in our media, we have sensationalized some of the negatives in there most of the time so that we can put a nice white character there and see, this is the good white guy. But what's the productive conversation to have that, hey, sometimes in movies, maybe they sensationalize it. It doesn't minimize the abuse of being enslaved. And so when you put the context of the conversation, like, yes, you hear Pearl say, oh, I know it was really horrible, but you're talking to a white supremacist who thinks that all black people should get ousted from the country, believes that race mixing is an abomination and that sleeping with black people is just as or almost as disgusting as sleeping with dogs. And so that is like a fact. That's what Nick Fuentes thinks. He's an anti-Semitic, racist piece of shit. And so when you have this conversation minimizing slavery and the impact of it with a white supremacist, what do you think is the true, what do you think is truly being communicated to us? That you're just trying to give him a little bit of a slide to seem more reasonable in his perspective that black people aren't people. That's what his perspective is. He thinks that they're biologically inferior to white people. That's just a fact. That's what he thinks. So you're pushing people towards his perspective, trying to contextualize it as reasonable when it's not. That's why this is so incredibly racist. There's no reason to bring up maybe slavery was exaggerated, other than to just really push like a racist dog whistle. I fucking hate saying dog whistle. It's annoying as shit, but it's what it is, dude. So what do you think about that?
In what way was slavery made to seem more horrible than it was?
We were talking about, I don't really want to go into this too much because we're kind of past this.
Yeah.
But
well, not really. You're racist and you walked back all your apologies. So.
I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Who's that?
Yeah. So Thomas Sowell's an author.
He's a black conservative. I like Thomas Sowell. He's a pretty smart guy. I don't agree with everything he says, but
who talks about the history of slavery. So.
Thomas Sowell. But do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
That's so interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery.
Where did Thomas Sowell say this? Because I looked it up and I see some stuff about slavery from Thomas Sowell. And it talks about how the West ended slavery. Okay, fair enough. The truth behind slavery, part of maybe that's part of it, or maybe it's slavery. There are more slaves today than there were back in the day. So I wonder, is this what this is about?
And ingenious efforts went on for more than, while the British could simply abolish slavery in their Western Hemisphere.
I wonder what the context. I guess I'd have to look at it later, but okay.
Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather. I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to.
Do you know how to read?
Read the book.
Well, then you didn't understand the book if you can't explain the context of it.
Just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just again.
Are you retracting that?
Yeah, it is actually also possible that it was much worse than we like to say that it is. I mean, that makes sense to me. Especially back in the day, white people were probably like, it wasn't that bad. Hey, at least you didn't have to think about what job you wanted. I could imagine that the white narrative was like, it wasn't too bad. You got to, you didn't have to think about a job. You didn't have to go to school. You basically got free room and board. I could see that over the past 150 years or so. That was the narrative. Your ox, it wasn't that bad, okay? We're paying you now. Because that's what happened. They would become not slaves, and then they would pay them in just enough to live. So they basically stayed slaves. Here, we'll pay you just enough to pay the rent to us so you'd stay in our farm and eat the food we provide you. So
I'd really just rather not.
Okay. No, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo. We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby.
Okay.
Let's see the world as it is.
Okay, let's
taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it was embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
Let's hear it.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just I'd rather not.
I thought you said you were quoting a book. I was reading a book. Actually, it was a video. What was it? An audio book? What are we talking about here? What the fuck's happening?
Get into this, so.
Yeah, because she knows that nothing that she could say is going to come off as intelligent or not racist, because she's racist.
Sounds like a blue pill attitude to me.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping this was a good faith interview.
Wait, what?
That's not bad faith to ask you a question on a topic that you said. He's saying, can you please explain it? He's actually being more charitable than most. It's people interviewing you and asking you questions about your past is not bad faith. As long as they don't assign a narrative. They played the video, what you said, and then they said, hey, can you explain this? That's not really bad faith. All right, unless you came on and said, I don't want to talk about this topic, and they decided to continue talking about it, then maybe you could argue that. But is that what you're saying?
It's bad faith. I'm literally showing you clips. of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda.
I don't think you're an idiot. Ethan's being incredibly reasonable here, more than that. So.
And you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a.
Oh, you're trying to push an agenda. Why? Because he's Jewish? Anti-Semitic Pearl. We got her again. She's anti-Semitic. She probably is, to be honest with you.
Of you saying that,
because that was in the context that the Holocaust wasn't that bad. That was the conversation Nick Fuentes was having. Oh, the Holocaust is over-exaggerated. Forgot about that context. The Holocaust was over-exaggerated. That's what Nick was saying. And then Pearl was like, yeah, I think that slavery was too. They were just being Holocaust deniers and racist at the same time. It's fucking incredible.
You can disavow it. That'd be super easy to say I was wrong.
Interview where I'm quoting somebody
that you took down, apologized for, then put it back up.
Like, if you watch the full interview, I am quoting somebody, and now you're trying to pin me down.
Their content literally is pushing an agenda
about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like
you can't dive into it because you're stupid. There was no deep dive. That was pretty much everything. There was nothing intelligent or there's nothing intellectual about what you said.
Hold on.
That's not the point of my channel.
Okay,
so the point of my channel isn't.
I know, but you said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on. Let me see.
Because I was talking about how the founder of Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by. Okay. That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
What was a myth? Slavery? What?
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah,
well, you're still on the internet, so nobody canceled you, idiot.
But mythology, myth doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie, right? Just because mythology is like a culture,
right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened.
Are you talking about the movie Roots? Maybe it wasn't as bad in the movie. Okay, that's all slavery is different. I'm not understanding the point.
And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again, I was quoting a book, and you're trying to pin me down on quoting.
You said you were quoting a video. This is incredible. She can't even tell the truth. She said she was quoting a book. She wasn't. She was quoting a video that was quoting a book. She's so fucking everywhere.
In a book.
What's
Let me watch this.
I don't even know what she's talking about.
See if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
The founder of Roots said, I want a myth for my people to live by. What does that even mean? Founder of Roots, I want a myth for... What is even Roots? For my people to live by. What does this mean? Alex Haley's fact can be doubted. What is this? The book's changed. What is this talking about? Who's the real author of Roots? Quote by Thomas Sowell. Contrary to the myths to live by, created by Alex Haley and other Africans were by no means the innocents portrayed in Roots. Baffled as to why white men were coming and taking their people away in chains. On the contrary, the region of West Africa, wait a minute, from which, I don't know what that is, Kunta Kinte, I think, supposedly came was Facebook, thank you. Was one of the great slave trading regions of the continent before, during, and after the white man arrived. It was the Africans who enslaved their fellow Africans, selling some of their slaves to Europe or to the Arabs and keeping others to them for themselves. Even at the peak of the Atlantic slave trade, Africans retained more slaves for themselves than they sent to the Western Hemisphere. Wait a minute. I should have read this originally the first time we heard this. Nobody's saying that slavery was over-embellished. It was. But that's true. That's different from saying it's over-exaggerated. She read this quote and somehow interpreted this as it wasn't that bad, when all this is saying is that black people were also complicit in slavery by enslaving their own people and selling them. But that doesn't make slavery good or black people any less victims in the United States at all. It just shows that there was a level of complicitness in general. That's it. This has nothing to do with it not being that bad. She can't even, bro, so after reading this, there's one of two things. Either Pearl is a massively dumb and unintelligent, which I think is true, but I think she hides that. I think she hides behind that, rather. I think that she knows what this means, and she's pushing it because she's fucking racist. Because honestly, she constantly says shit in this interview that makes her own a point invalid 2 minutes later. So I wouldn't doubt that she knows the context of this, but she's just trying to diminish slavery because she's a fucking racist bitch. Honestly. Okay, great.
So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish.
So then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Look at this evil face she's got on right there.
Right, but
Nick Fuentes agrees.
But wait, oh my gosh. 5 minutes before, I say Sowell talks about this in his book.
But that doesn't matter because you misinterpreted it. So you're not even right.
I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting the author.
You're not being honest. Like, you say they do this to.
Yeah, you're saying that there's an agenda.
Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about.
You can talk about any fact that you want. You're still on the internet. Nobody canceled you.
Really,
you got pushback from people.
To talk about it today.
But that Roots was what is a myth?
Again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like getting into it today.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy?
That's fucking base Thomas Sowell, guys. That's what I'll say.
That's the author you're quoting.
Thomas, did he really?
That's a quite one-sided way to write his whole work, but he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement? Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
I want to see what he said. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
But why did he say that?
See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do.
Listen, I still like Thomas Sowell. He's still an intelligent person.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's...
What? What?
It's part of what the what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
I mean, realistically, unfortunately, and this is probably a hard thing to say, but like most slave owners wouldn't be. Obviously it's evil to own people, but back then that wasn't considered evil. Unfortunately, that was considered par for the course, and that gets into a conversation about like the act itself is evil, but were those people evil for owning slaves, or was that part of like the systemic structure? And like that's something. This is a conversation there. Obviously, it is evil to do. When we assert today's standards, which are objectively correct, because slavery is evil, but do we think that those people have evil intentions, or was that just like a normal and that's like an okay thing to do, right? Like the same thing with nowadays, where our prison structures use people for labor, basically, and I think that that's evil. But do you think that like the guard or whatever that works at the correctional officer, do you think he's evil? Do you think that the corporation that uses that labor is evil? I would say that the government is actually evil. Yeah, maybe this isn't really, maybe that doesn't help my plan. At least this part of it is an evil thing to do. I don't know. Okay.
Did you say that?
Wait, hold on.
Were father figures like George Washington. Not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
Did she say that?
Did you say that?
I don't remember. I think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids. But
did he own slaves?
What?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no romance to me. I'm just saying.
No, he actually. It's actually interesting. He had a different, like he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like you can't just release them
because they're too expensive.
And so his slaves actually, like he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad.
Oh, okay. When you hit the Zaza a little too hard before going to the club. Listen, I would sit here and say that based on the times, George Washington was probably not an inherently evil person and had a positive impact on our society. Maybe I'm wrong. Him saying he doesn't think that's a real man, I think it's perfectly fine. But I don't know if I'd be sitting here saying, "Oh, yeah, did you know that they actually called him daddy?" Those slaves loved being slaves. Yeah, you know, he couldn't just give the slaves away because it would have mean that it would have costed monies. So it was, you know, hey guys, you know, George Washington couldn't give those slaves away because it would have costed monies. That's why when my dad gave me this silly little, the little Mini Cooper, I couldn't just give that away because it would have costed monies. So, you know, sometimes you're just stuck with, a 2020 car, and it's like, well, I want a 2023 car, Dad. Like, what the frig? But I inherited it, and sometimes it's a big burden. The Burden of Owning Slaves by Just Pearly Things by Pearl Davis. The burden of being a slave owner. Incredible stuff. That's incredible. That's my favorite. I think that's my favorite argument. The Burden of Owning Slaves by Pearl Davis. By the way, my dad's company engaged in fraudulent behavior by making my mom the CEO, even though she doesn't actually do anything there for tax breaks. I owned those slaves out of the kindness of his heart. Hey, God bless. You know, what an amazing guy. I will say, fundamentally speaking, we do look at some of our founding fathers as like gods, and maybe we shouldn't, because they were just flawed men like the rest of us. Except for me, I'm perfect, but I don't make mistakes. I make oopsies. So we should be able to criticize those founding fathers, even if they had a very important part of our history. They can still be bad in some ways, of course, and something to keep in mind. But Jesus Christ, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's your source for that?
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
It's from a Thomas Sowell book that I watched a quote of in a video that I'm going to be misrepresenting. Incredible stuff.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy. Thomas Sowell's the man. Thomas Sowell wrote a column about supporting segregation in public schools. George Washington.
You want me to apologize? Like, you want me to talk about every single one of this man's opinions?
No, I just want you. I just want to know what you think. Do you think racism was embellished? I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think. Okay.
So far, I didn't even find that quote about racism being embellished, but okay.
There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and you know.
Where did you read them, or did you see them in a Thomas Sowell quote?
I can't really talk about this. Like, even if I talk about this now, they're going to clip it. They're going to say things I didn't.
Well, it's because you're not intelligent. You're a fucking moron. If you were an intelligent person that was trying to have a reasonable conversation about like the mentality of slaves or something, and you were actually educated, people would receive it fine. But you misquote everything that you hear, and you just justify slavery and all that dumb shit constantly because you're a fucking moron. Like, you can't even. Your perspectives from 3 minutes ago are different than now. So
I didn't say, but it's like I used to read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how
like Instagram accounts. Like, what are we talking about?
Many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Wow, almost like there's like a trauma thing going on there. Bro, do you think if you got owned by somebody that you would have a trauma? You might have like a little bit of like a little trauma. No, of course not. I would probably not speak poorly of my former slave owner as well, because maybe they'll still kill me. Also, after the slaves were freed, they still worked on plantations for money, even though they were basically just remained slaves because they had nowhere else to go. So it's incredible stuff. Imagine not talking poorly about your still slave owner. That's just on the paper, not a slave owner. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say like slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled.
Well, what else is there to know? That slavery is a horrible institution, but the slaves liked it? Like, why was it horrible if the slaves liked it, bro? That's where you get lost. If it was horrible, but the slaves liked it, then that means that the slaves liked it. But since we know that that's not true because nobody wants to be a slave, that means that they didn't like it. And just because they were able to mentally cope with that being enslaved doesn't mean that it was okay. And so like you're getting this from a bias. Even if slaves were like, yeah, I liked being a slave, which I doubt that they did, that doesn't mean that it was okay, or that like you have to keep in mind that the mental health aspect here. Okay.
I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners.
Because it's not true. Because it's just not true. It's not true. George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up, like, I think it was Booker
47, let's see, 47 of George Washington's slaves tried to escape.
Wow.
Would you try to escape if you loved
well,
your master?
maybe that.
No, well, hey, I mean, my dad tried to escape me. Well, he did. So, maybe that's just part of the times. I don't even know. I'm making stupid jokes now.
One was wrong. I don't know. This was like,
okay.
What?
If you loved your master.
maybe that one was wrong. I don't.
He was like a father to their slaves, an abusive father who used to beat them and make them pick cotton because he was racist. He was a racist guy. He didn't like black people. What? The narrative goes all over the place. I didn't even think about that. What about the ones that the most emphatic act of resistance was to run away? And in fact, between 1760 and 1799, at least 47 enslaved people under Washington's control did so. 17 of these, 14 men and 3 women, escaped to British warship and anchored. Okay, good. Yeah. No, they're still like dads. Historically, dads have kind of sucked. I mean, what does a dad got to do? They got to bring home money and beat their kid. I mean, men unfortunately haven't been that great over time. Abuse seems to be kind of rampant if the man, was left to too many devices, and that's really the burden of man. Because listen, not my fault that I would have beaten women 200 years ago. Okay, you got to think about that. Look at me. I need societal structures that say that you shouldn't do that. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Anyway, it sounded like he wasn't a very good father to these slaves. If 47 of them were trying to run away. Yeah, what about the... Wait. So talk about the Underground Railroad. That doesn't exist, guys. They loved it. There was actually a railroad to go back to being slaves. They wanted... You don't understand. He was a father to... Like, this is... She's a fucking idiot.
I don't know. This was like...
okay.
A little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't.
Oh, it was like I've read a lot of literature about how slaves actually loved being enslaved. Oh, well, and now if George Washington was like a dad to them. Oh, what about how like 47 of them left? Well, this was just a little bit on a podcast from like 3 months ago. So I don't really. If you were so well versed on these topics, Pearl, why do you backpedal the second that he pushes you in any capacity? Reverse route, what it is. In fact, the Underground Railroad, the reason they called it the Underground Railroad is because it went underwater, under the water in the ground, so that it can come from Africa and bring more enslaved people, because they were just like, this sounds great. It's fucking incredible stuff. It's incredible stuff. Wow.
I don't really remember, but
I don't remember. I'm really well versed, but I don't remember.
Said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
George,
if you were born and lived like a slave, you have no referencing and transfer experience. That's true, but a lot of them ran away. So
Washington was bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation.
He's literally asking you to have the conversation, then you keep saying I don't really remember.
Without
what do you mean not allowed?
That, but I mean we're giving you the
platform. I mean,
you haven't been canceled, so you're still here.
I got months of backlash for this.
That's not. You're still here
now. Like you guys are kind of trying to do a gotcha moment.
No.
Well, they're asking you very basic questions you could say no to, and you refuse to do that because you're a racist person.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise.
Not really.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise I didn't.
I had months.
I just want to know what you think.
Like I had months of.
So you deserve backlash if you're still racist. I don't understand. That's why people give me backlash all the time, baby. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'm not. Nobody knows I'm racist, so I don't get backlash for it. I'm just kidding. Okay.
People like it's like if I have this conversation, I had months of people calling my employees slaves.
Okay.
Like that's what they call
that's horrible. Yeah, I disagree.
Horrible.
That sucks.
Horrible.
Yeah. But at the same time,
and like even the guy and
Yeah. Well, actually, I heard that that her employees look at Pearl like a father. So I don't know if you ever knew that. I'm sorry. I don't know if you heard about that. I read that in a history. But actually, that's a quote from Thomas Sowell. I heard it was a quote from Thomas Sowell. So
know this because you watched the video of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction you just you're acting oblivious, so I didn't know that, but you do know that because the reaction you just watched was my former co-host who insinuated that my employees were being colonized.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I promise.
So
I just wanted.
I actually believe Ethan didn't know that because he doesn't do his own research, but he has people to do it for him. As long as they do it, they might have known. But she deserves pushback, so it doesn't really matter.
To get your take. Well, people say, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
I'm not like my channel isn't about slavery. That's like a fringe.
I want to know.
It just justifies it. It's not about it, but it's just like okay with it.
About you.
But I'm asking like, why are you bringing this up when that's not really what my channel is about?
Because you've said comments that are racist.
And I can only ask you things about. This is interesting.
Pearl Washington.
Why do I can only ask you things in a
George Davis?
Yeah, you can, but you understand how that looks to me. It's like you're just trying to pick out every single.
Listen, Pearl.
What it looks like to me is like I have a bad history too, and if you brought it up, as long as it was in like a constructive way, I would absolutely answer that question, and I could talk about that reasonably, and I would be confident in that. Because if I looked at some of my past, I go, oh, now I know why that's wrong. Whereas like at the time, I could see myself being ignorant. Right? So
fair. To be totally fair, you could just say, I don't think slavery was embellished.
Like you were
like
just
that.
I can't say that. She just can't say it. She can't do it. She believes that. Her racist fucking parents probably taught her that. Sorry, I don't know if her parents are racist, but they probably are, right? That's how it usually works.
It's a layup for most people.
Except in my family. Like, my mom's not racist at all, but somehow... Stop, I gotta stop. I was being a little too sussy today. A little too suspicious. Okay, but she also never used to play Call of Duty, so, give her a break. I didn't have a father, but I was raised by Dota 2, which is basically Call of Duty. Peace be with you. Okay. Also with you. I'm a man of God now. Okay, I've repented of my sins.
I was quoting a book. That's the crazy part.
But I believe the book.
Quoting a book.
Guys.
Well, I heard you're allowed. It's okay to beat your slaves as long as they don't die in 2 days. I'm quoting a book. It's called the Bible. Have you ever heard of it? Just quoting a book, guys. So it makes it okay. It's just a book. It's just a fucking book, dude.
So do you agree with his statement, though?
Do I think overall it was embellished? Some parts, sure.
Which parts?
Which parts?
Some parts.
No,
which
please
parts?
Tell me which parts.
I think.
Tell me.
I think that you can't. I think that certain slaves had good relationships with their.
Guys. Anyone who beats their male or female slaves with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. Oh, as long as they don't die, we're okay. Don't worry about it.
Owners, not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
And that just
and slaves had good relationships with their owners. Not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, they probably did. There's probably slave owners who weren't that mean to their slaves. They're still slave owners. And slaves were still like, I don't want to be here. I'm going to run away. And in order to stop that, they would shoot them to death and they would beat them. So, like, listen, this doesn't mean, this is like a micro point. Maybe slum slave owners were kind of nice. What was that one movie where like the first time that they actually made a movie that was from the perspective of a black slave instead of a white person fighting against slavery? Because that's how we historically used to talk about slavery. I forget, what was it? Something Years a Slave. Was that a movie where the guy was like in the north and he was free, and then he got taken to the south and you got enslaved? And I think like originally he had like a good slave owner that didn't beat him, and then they sold him to another thing or something. Is it? Is that what it's called? 12 Years a Slave. Is that part of that film? So it's been that doesn't change anything. 12 Years a Slave, that doesn't change anything. Damn, 12 years, Jesus. So,
and that just
and there are accounts of them saying this.
So some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore, slavery was embellished.
You know how this is going to go for me. Like, I don't know why you're doing that.
Because it's a stupid point. Like, yeah, that's probably true. Some slaves probably had a positive relationship with their slave masters because they were enslaved and they were happy to not be beaten. Okay, cool. How does that make slavery? What am I supposed to extrapolate from that information? That like maybe it wasn't so bad. Let's try it again. Like what? There's nothing productive when you say something like that. That has nothing to do with anything. That's crazy. Wouldn't it be cool if they did a Cars movie though back in like the 1800s? That'd be interesting.
Yes. You know I can't have this conversation.
But it would be called Horses because they didn't have cars.
Without them painting it a certain way.
Well, just own it then. Just do it. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? Just be red-pilled about it.
Yeah.
Who is they? I don't know who's they. Just your haters or something?
I don't know. Probably some person. Again, because non-binary people are people. It's pretty good. I think that was an affirming joke.
Left.
The left.
Do they have parentheses around the
left?
Like, I mean, you even came in like you researched like my family. Like that's.
Oh, you researched my family. I quoted my family, and then you researched the public entity of my family, my family's business, my family. This is the comparable to like if Pearl was like, hey, does your wife does she own a t-shirt company? You researched my family? Oh my god, I'm shitting my fucking pants. It's not like he found social security numbers. He happened to know that you come from an affluent background and your fucking dad owns a business, and then you fucking fraud bombed your dad.
Weird.
How's that weird? It's all public. It's stuff you talked about. You literally talked about it. It's called preparation. Which you clearly done. No.
I didn't.
Like you literally do no preparation.
I didn't talk about. I didn't talk about if my mom was the president of like the
company. Where did we find that?
Well, didn't she just? Oh,
and then on their website.
I just looked it up. I said I googled who are your parents, and it popped right up.
Is that?
They're relatively famous.
I didn't send a private
interviews
investigator.
on YouTube. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send a private investigator to your house. I just did a little bit of research.
Public information.
Like let me bring facts about your parents. To
you knew you were.
What's fact? Her mom and dad are nice, or his mom and dad are nice. I don't know about Pearl's mom. That's what fact. He has them on his show.
For coming to talk to me for weeks.
I've easily done that.
I know, but I thought we were talking about the issues, not like my.
Well, you're deflecting from the issue of you being racist.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about your family.
I mean, you were even implying earlier.
She's playing the victim now, by the way. Pearl plays the victim.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president when you're talking about.
You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
Well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
I didn't know about it.
No idea, even though you got that from a video that my ex-co-host made about me.
Oh well, okay.
Right.
So then you should be thrilled to come on and have a massive platform to properly contextualize what actually happened. You're looking at it like this baby way where it's like, that was from a podcast and the context is missing. Oh. What are these podcast episodes average? 1 million views? You have an opportunity to be part of a podcast that's going to get probably this only got 700. So let's just say 800,000 views on average. 800,000 people at least will be able to see Pearl was victimized by what was said.
Right?
And you don't take advantage of that. What are you talking about? This is anything. He didn't take the co-host on, right?
See, like, this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash for something that you think.
But I'm saying, so you're like,
you're think not, that. You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring people, didn't you?
She did, and then that's what spurred them.
I said, I think
I said my parents hire people, and they don't do the sexisms. And then Ethan's like, "Well, isn't your mom the CEO, right?" Like,
it's a bit.
You talk about your parents all the time. You talk about how your dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreational stuff in it. Like, why am I not allowed to talk?
I'm saying, like, you even just said that you knew. Like, because you got that clip from an like.
Okay,
we're not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? Let's say I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was.
That makes sense. He probably didn't know that it was. I mean, I would be surprised that he didn't know. I just don't care about Pearl. So
I do have to go though because I have a show coming up.
Pearl's walking off.
So.
Okay, let's just end on this note.
It would be really funny if he played a piano note.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You know, after I watched so many Ethan conversations with people, and this was probably the best one because it was it was constructed even though it was long as fuck, it was actually constructed pretty decently. Like, it goes through like a decent time flow. And he didn't do these dunk moments for the most part until the end, so it's actually not bad. You know, it's not constructive to do dunk moments, but it's not even like he's framing it in an antagonistic way. It's just that she won't answer.
You guys act just like Evan Preach.
Like,
you're black. She's saying that you're bad. She's calling you Evan Preach because she doesn't like black people, and she's she basically called Ethan the N-word. This is fucking racist. Cancel this woman. What else do you think that she meant? Obviously, I'm kidding. Maybe they do have more in common. Maybe this will bind them together.
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's been a whole
thank you. I really appreciate you having me on, but I'm gonna go. Thank you.
Oh, where's Pearl's neck? Whatever.
George,
thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you. Okay.
Love.
Have a good night.
She hung up.
Whoa.
I just don't understand why you can't.
Oh, I guess that other guy was also in the call to be able to like switch stuff. I don't know.
She was panicking at the end there. Holy shit.
Okay. First of all.
All right. Well, that's the end of that. That was a lot longer than I thought. Oh, I thought this was Trisha Paytas. It's actually Tyler 1. Anyway, I forget his name. Somebody tell me in the chat. Oliver King? Queen? I don't know. Anyway, that was a good conversation. I was lot long. This was 4 hours that we watched that for. I didn't think it was going to be that fucking crazy.